Recording in progress. Good morning, Alan. Buhle. Do we correct so that we can start with the meeting?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we do.
Oh, okay. Good morning, honorable members of the Standing Committee, Finance, our support team, all the teams in Parliament that assist the Standing Committee Finance, PBO, communications, legal. You are all welcome. Let me also welcome officials from National Treasury and SARS. The meeting is officially open. Do we have apologies?
Yes, Chair. There's apologies from Mr. Likhanyane, but I see he joined the meeting. He's probably leaving earlier. Then there's Mr. Beasley and Mr. Mwali. Thank you.
Okay, let's record those apologies. Then we proceed to the next item, consideration and adoption of the committee report and clause by clause deliberations on the tax bills. The approach is that we are going to take one bill at a time, also move clause by clause, and then adopt the bill, then proceed to the next one. There are quite many, but that as it may, we have to follow the procedure. It's just that we can't say we adopt them at once, all of them. We have to adopt each bill on its own merit and then proceed. Let's get the first bill. You flight it, then we go through clauses, then we adopt the bill. Okay. There we are. The rates and monetary amounts bill. Where do we start? Do we start on the object of the bill? Can you go to page 1 and see what's the... yeah. The object of the bill is to amend the Customs and Excise Act 1964 so as to amend rates of duty in Schedule 1 to that act, to amend the Carbon Tax Act 2019 so as to amend the rates and to provide for matters connected therein. So that's the object of the bill. And then what is the first clause? I see Dr. Hlophe, you are raising your hand.
Yeah. Yes, Chairperson. Normally, when we go through this process, we normally ask our colleagues from SARS to just explain this bill to the members and all the provisions, if there were any changes that were made and so on. So I think the chairperson should follow that approach so that it's easier to go through the whole thing.
Okay. Let's do that. And then do we have a report for this bill? Or we have compiled a report for all of them?
No, there is a report for each bill, Chairperson. We sent the report out yesterday, the reports out yesterday to members. I don't know if they saw them. But
Yeah.
the process first is we deal with clause by clause in the bill, and normally Treasury will assist with that. Then after adopting the bill, then we'll upload the report for that specific bill. Members will go through it and also adopt that report, and then we move to the next bill.
Chair, if I can also just come in, we've sent 3 reports. That's for this specific one, the rates bill, the TLAB and the TALAB. That's I think 15, 16, and 17. So the adoption of all these bills is scheduled over the 2 days, so it's today and tomorrow. So if the committee wishes, then and time permitting, then finalize the 3, and then tomorrow the other 3.
So, let me see what's okay. Treasury and SARS, are you there to speak to this bill before we go clause by clause? Of course, also when we are going through clauses, you will be clarifying to members if there are questions that they will want to ask.
Yes, good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. We will start then on clause 1. Clause 1 specifically deals with the updates on specific tariff items and duty rates for products like alcohol, beverages, and tobacco. That is the clause 1. And then clause 2. Clause 2 seeks to amend section 5 by raising the carbon tax rate.
Don't run fast, Bungan. Let's go clause by clause.
Okay.
Where are we? Clause 1, yeah.
Yes.
There we are. Honorable members, there we are, clause 1. Any comment or question? Honorable Mautwe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the committee and the colleagues on the platform. Chair, I just want the presenter to be explicit when he refers to what items are being affected by this, because I heard him saying things like alcohol, cigarette. So let's be clear, what are those items so that we adopt something that we know 100% what we are saying. But if you say things like, you might miss other things, and then we adopt country, there's also sanitary pads that are also affected in here when we should not have agreed to sanitary pads as an example. So just assist us in being explicit in the items that are going to be affected by this. Alcohol, cigarette, so just list them like that so that we are clear. That's only that from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mautwe. Treasurer SARS, back to you. The question raised by Honorable Mautwe.
Thank you, Chair. Go through. Okay, Chair, one of the issues was the beverages. That's what we did under the foodstuff, beverages, spirit, and vinegars. These ones were adjusted across various subcategories. We also, on the alcohol beverages, it was on the African beer that was taxed at 7.8, and other beers that were taxed at R1.35. We also refer here to the wine category, which is taxed at 17.83, and the unfortified wine with alcohol content between 4.5 and 16.5. Similarly, we also refer to the flavored wines, that were based on alcohol strength and packaging. Additionally, this clause 1 also cover fermented beverages such as cider and meat. The other thing as well that is covered mainly is the ethyl alcohol and spirits. Also on the tobacco products, the bill updates the excise duties, cigarettes, cigars, and tobacco products, which now incur duty of 5474.32 per kilogram for imported varieties from Switzerland, and 10.89 rand per 10 cigarette. Also, the bill also specifies the excise duties on nicotine and tobacco. And then lastly, Chair, that is actually all the things in clause 1, Chair. I just summed up all the things in clause 1.
Okay, thanks, Bungan. There we are, honorable members, and Honorable Mautwe in particular, who asked the question. Are you okay, Mautwe? We can proceed.
Yeah, I'm covered, Chair. So African beer, what is it, Chair? Is it umqombothi or a chibuku?
Bungan.
Umqombothi. Umqombothi.
Okay. Okay, clause 2.
Clause 2, Chair, 6 to
Chairperson.
There is a hand of Honorable Van Rooyen. Home, where are you? Okay, yeah, I just see your mic. Yeah, I see. Yes, Honorable Khanyani and then Honorable Van Rooyen.
Good morning, Chair. I wanted the explanation on that part which Honorable Mautwe has raised, because I don't know with regard to umqombothi. Umqombothi, does SARS refer to homebrewed African beer, which can be brewed when there is a family ceremony or for other purposes? How are we going to be able to regulate such a beer or such a brew?
Yeah. Thanks, Honorable Khanyani. Let me take Honorable Van Rooyen, then you respond to both questions. I mean, both members' questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all on the platform. Chair, I think Honorable Khanyani covered me because we have a long day, so I don't want to waste time. But I just wanted this thing of umqombothi to be explained appropriately, because umqombothi can mean anything to anyone. Thank you.
Okay, there you are, Treasury, SARS. How are you going to tax umqombothi? If it's Chibuku, where it has got a brewery and other associated products produced at the breweries, it's understandable. But a beer brewed at home, how will SARS go about collecting that tax? Back to you, SARS and Treasury. Is it me who's having a problem, or there's somewhere?
We can hear you, Lord.
Chair. Yes, Chair.
Can hear you, Chair.
SARS and National Treasury, are you there?
Yes, Chair. No, we want to say that we don't necessarily regulate per se those ones that are done at home. What we do is we just follow the one that on the Liquors Act, that is, I think, Department of Agriculture. And then we just base the taxes on that one. and we levy the taxes based on that act, not necessarily that we go into detail to tax any other traditional beer that is done at home.
Okay. Mr. Tomasek, you wanted to say something. I saw your mic on.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. No, I think Ntlantla has covered me. Essentially, what you're looking at here is commercial production.
Oh, okay. Honourable Van Rooyen.
Since some of the inputs of Mkombozi are not necessarily used for the end product, they are used for different things, like mabele and all those things. So I just want to be sure, here we are taxing the end product, not the taxing of the input items.
Okay, let me also take another question from Honourable Mauto, and then SARS and Treasurer will respond.
Yeah, Chair, I get worried when, so I miss his name, I don't know if it's Franz, who said they're Mkomboti for commercial purposes, because we've got our mama, Ekai, who are brewing Mkomboti to sell it in the village, not necessarily for the functions. So it goes back to your earlier question that how are you going to go about? Because that one is also for commercial. So if SARS is saying they are exempting those, it must come out clear in the act here. Because we don't want SARS coming to our villages to harass old women who are, trying to get a living from Mkomboti at home, because it's also commercial. So that's just my issue, Chair, that let's be clear which one are we dealing with here. Are we dealing with the one, I don't know whether it's SAB or wherever, because the one in the village is also commercial. It can be classified as commercial because you brew it, you sell it, people come and sit and drink here. And we know our mamas, our gogos in the villages who are bringing this thing. The next thing that SARS is going to be going around harassing them. We don't want that, Chair. Please let it just be clear that it's not for those, because even those are commercial. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Treasury, SARS, back to you. Respond to the questions from Honourable Van Rooyen and Honourable Mount.
Thank you, Chair. So to the last point, I was responding to the point about brewing for own use. There is a threshold. I don't recall the exact number at the moment, but it's substantial where we would start being concerned about commercial production. So if we're talking about very small scale commercial production, which is what I think we are here, that is not an issue either. Thanks.
Thank you. Can you, Thomas, get hold of that information on the threshold and share it with the Secretariat so that they can send it to honourable members? Please get that information. You will send it to Alan and the team. Then they will distribute it to us. Thanks. Let's move second clause.
The second clause, Chair, seeks to amend Section 5 of the Carbon Tax Act by raising the carbon tax rate from 159 to 190 per ton of carbon tax equivalent emissions.
There we are, members. Let me find out. ESCOM and Sasol have raised issues with the carbon tax as to when should it come into effect, and they were making an application to the effect that if they can be implemented at a later stage. How far have you engaged the Sasol and ESCOM, who will be the much affected taxpayers in this regard? And when is this coming to effect?
Chair, we issued a discussion document. Now I missed the date, but we issued a discussion document recently with the closing date of the 13th of December. And we're hoping that we'll get more comments as well from SASOL and other stakeholders in this regard. So then after the work, after the discussion document, because it also talks to what you're raising, Chair, in terms of the rates and the carbon tax, how it should be implemented as well. So then the key issue now is that we will have possibly discussions early next year or maybe sometime next year to go through the entire paper. But it's more of the policy issues, and that's where we are now at the moment, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. You will update us when we meet again in February as to how far you will have processed this matter. Okay. Okay. Honorable Van Rijn. Honorable Van Rijn.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. Thanks for National Treasury on the explanation on this carbon tax matter. The rates, because I just wanted to check, Chair, is this meant to encourage green energy sources at the expense of our natural inheritance, coal? And if that's the case, what was used maybe as a base for this rate? Was there any comparison with developed countries where we are told that developed countries are now moving back from green energy sources to coal? But also the recent, I think there was a statement by National Treasury recently where they've acknowledged that the provision of contingent liabilities on green energy sources is not reliable and sustainable. I'm not sure if such things are taken into consideration when we make such determination, especially if this is done to discourage the usage of coal and of course encourage the usage of green energy sources. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Van Rijn. National Treasury SARS.
Yes, Chair. We generally, more especially on the carbon tax, Chair, as you will be aware, it actually dates back maybe to sometime, maybe it might have been 2007 or so, the initial talk. So, and then around 2015, I think there was some final, so to say, decision. However, it became effective, I think, in 2019. It was in 2019. So we do go through analysis, we do go through international comparison, hence as well, even now, the way we do or any amendments as well to the carbon tax, we issue first the document that will then be debated, and everybody is actually welcome to put in some of the comments. We then engage even after that to say, this is how we're actually going to phase in the carbon tax issues over time. So you will see even on the discussion paper that comes in now to say if we are moving towards, let's say, green energy, it got some sort of timeline. And then members can still, or any taxpayers can still come back and say, we are not ready now. And then we will then be able to engage as well. Thanks, Chair.
So, Bungan, you issue a discussion paper, but you say Section 2 will come into operation in January. So, what would be the...
Yes, sorry, Chair. This one stems from, as I say, this one was also negotiated, let me call it as a phase 1 approach, when the carbon tax came in 2019, that there will be this incremental adjustment over time. So that one was also agreed. And hence now, Chair, I'm saying this one is just stems from that part, from that, say, phase one. However, now phase two also looks back into, so to say, phase one, and then phase two going forward to say, what are we doing now going forward? And maybe at that point, maybe there might be some stock taking to say, we still believe that maybe some issues on phase one needed to be adjusted, or there might be some comments like that, and we'll then have to look into it as well, Chair. But as it stands now, we are adjusting it based on that phase one of the carbon tax discussions that started some time back. And then, of course, and when we're implementing it in 2019.
Okay, Honorable Makuel.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Chair, on this one, I see the adjustment is to be made from 159 to 190 per ton. I just want to get clarity. You know, Chair, this carbon tax is also levied, or it's also taxed on the purchase of new vehicles. If you are buying a car, in that quotation that you'll be receiving from the dealership, there will be a price for carbon emission. Maybe can I get an understanding on how is that one calculated? Because yeah, I see the tax is moving from 159, but how is that one where it's levied on the cars that we purchase, on the purchase price? It's an explanation, Chair, and clarity on how we get billed on the purchase of our vehicles. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Makuel. SARS National Treasury.
Okay, but the key issue, Chair, I think this is the question about carbon tax, is that the aim is to move to this green gas, whatever, to move into this green economy, so to say. So then now when you look into the carbon tax, even on, then we look into the emissions that is actually being brought by these cars, and that is where then you will then have that factor or that amount that says the emission of the carbon dioxide by this car equates to so much, and then that is what they're trying also to insert there. And you must also, honorable members and Chair, remember that also the rates then they come from Department of the DFFE, Department of Fisheries and Environment as well. Those are the ones that sets up the prices. So, and then what we then do generally from the carbon tax side, we then take the rates and the amounts and then we levy them. I'm not sure, did I do justice there, Franz, on the carbon tax?
Great, thanks, Ntlana. So just to clarify, the carbon tax we're talking about here is, again, at an industrial scale. The motor vehicle carbon tax works slightly differently. There, what happens is there is a tax-free threshold of 95 grams of carbon emissions per kilometer. And after that, there's a 146 Rand per grams per kilometer charge. Now, that is a once-off charge that is levied on the purchase of the vehicle. So that is, again, an incentive for people to purchase more fuel-efficient vehicles, because that would obviously reduce the carbon footprint. I hope that helps.
Honorable Talega Mazebu. Or you want to make a follow-up, Makuel?
No, I wanted to say it doesn't help that much because we need to understand how we get billed. You know, I understand this is at industrial level, the 190 per ton carbon price or the threshold. You know, I'm asking this, Chair, because all this whether carbon tax, it gets cascaded to the end user for many other products. For an example, purchasing a car, you get taxed carbon emissions. It's not calculated at this industrial scale, but there is a level of carbon tax that you are paying on a purchase of a vehicle. And once we get to understand all these double taxations and taxations, perhaps maybe it will assist us to explain this to our ordinary citizens in communities and in the constituencies. And it does also add to the burden of taxation on its own. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Makubele. Honorable Mautu.
Thanks, Chair. I want to also tap on the issue that Honorable Makubele raised, because the same manufacturers will not take the punch for this. They will cascade it down to us as consumers. And I understand that Nhlanhla is saying, or maybe Francis is saying, we want to push everybody to go into this mode of greenhouse technology, which we agree. We don't want to be carbon tax non-compliant. We want to be compliant. But when we are taxing these manufacturers, they are obviously going to tax us. So instead of buying a car for 200,000, you are not going to buy it for 250,000. So it comes back to us as end users. So we need to understand the impact of this amendment on the ordinary taxpayer who has got nothing to do with manufacturing. I want a car, and I want a car that is obviously carbon tax compliant. But that car that becomes the car that I'm more comfortable with. And because of that, that manufacturer was taxed, and then he's now passing through that taxation over to me. That's all we're asking, Chair. Thank you.
Galega.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm also very much interested from the questions asked by the members. Although maybe the example might be broad, because we also import cars from other countries that might not necessarily be guided by the same law we are amending. But I think it is an important question that all what we are amending, the amendments and the how does it affect the end user, the consumer? Because on the beverages and the examples of the beverages and the mkombotis that were made before, we are clear that the consumer is affected. So I think I'm very much interested. However, Chair, I heard you asking about the operation of the act, because here it says that it is deemed to have come into operation on January 2024. So my question would be, has it already came into operation, or even before this process, or it has been halted and then it will come into operation in January 2025? Thank you.
Thanks. Can we get a response?
Chair, I think I do take note of all of the comments, and I think the key issue as well now, Chair, is that this was part of the National Development Plan. I think it's also stated there that we're trying to move to this low carbon emission And the amount that now is levied as well on cars, to some degree, we try, I think it's actually less than 1%, but I can get you the figures there. But that was the key issue, to say levy this tax at a lower amount, so that eventually there is not too much impact. And then I think that's the aim. And that is why, and I'm saying that because this was part of government, it was government approved, I think the entire carbon tax went through all the processes. But however, we do take note of all the concerns now, Chair, on some of the issues. And I think maybe they might also assist, I don't know, when we revisit now this phase 2 of carbon tax that we issued, maybe to also look at it back and say what has worked and what has not worked. However, I think the key issue, Chair, is that the entire thing, even on the carbon tax, also stems from development, that National Development Plan, and the entire government had so much government approval to move to this just transition. But yes, we do take the concern, Chair. And in most of these rates now, they are going up in terms of the inflation, and it was also part of all of the discussions that were made or that we agreed to in 2019 or even before 2019.
Are we good, colleagues?
Chair?
Is that the motto?
Yeah. So the latter speaker, we're not here to ratify things of National Development Plan. That's one. So we can reject it. You're not here to rubber stamp. We're here to deliberate. And if we feel that this is not right, it is within our own right to reject it. Number 2, the last question was, has this been effected already? Because it says will come into operation on 1 January. Are we speaking about something that is currently happening, or is waiting for us to amend this and then it can go into implementation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Can we get a response?
Honorable, okay. Okay, Honorable Chair, this has already come into effect as of 1 January 2024. And it also stems, as I said, the key issue as well was that in 2019, when the Carbon Tax Act also came into effect, the issue was that these rates will be adjusted for inflation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we then move on?
Clause 3, Chair, basically seeks to amend symbol B by increasing the amount from 0.66, from 66 cents to 69 cents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Got the 2 cent colleagues. Can we check if there's anyone who wants to comment? None.
Chair, your volume is a bit down.
Oh.
So
Ansem
okay. My apologies.
Okay. Okay. Can we then move on? Looks like there is no comment on that one. Treasury.
Yes, Chair. And then clause 4 basically is the short title.
Okay. Thanks. Are we agreed?
Chair, if I can just come in, now that the committee is deliberated clause by clause, we need a mover and seconder for the bill before we move on to the report. Thank you.
Can we do as advised?
Honorable Makubela moves that we adopt the bill as tabled and amended.
Thank you.
Seconded, Chair, by Honorable Kalena Mazibobo.
Thank you. Can we then, it means we then adopt the bill. Can we then move on to the next one?
Chair, I see Honorable Van Rooyen's mic is on. I don't know if he wants to say something.
I'm sorry. Thank you for this.
I just wanted to check, is there a provision for reserving my position on this matter, or we
Yes.
Okay,
No,
please accept my reservation.
Okay, thank you. Reservation noted. Any other?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Shall we reject
Maudre?
the amendment?
No, Maudre?
We reject the amendment.
Oh,
We're rejecting. Aye.
okay. Okay, that's noted. Can we move on to the next?
So this is the report of the bill that the committee just finalized, Chair.
We have to also adopt it.
Yes,
Okay.
Chair. So it would be the same like the bill just done. Zakele or Dr. Shlope will take the committee through the report, Chair.
Okay. So we're going to do this with all these bills.
Yes,
That's
Chairperson.
correct, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, you have to do it with all the.
Okay.
Yes. If you can just go back up, Alan, on the introduction. So this is a money bill, a Section 77 bill, which means that if the committee amends it, we'll have to get the concurrence of the Minister of Finance. We write a letter to him, but there's been no proposed amendments here on this one that was tabled. So if you see that Section 77, it means it's a money bill and only the Minister of Finance can initiate it. And we need to, if we want to amend it, write to him and let him know. But there's been no such here. So this bill it seeks to do all those amendments on prepared foodstuffs, alcoholic beverages. As it has been explained, we went through the whole bill. Here we talk about public participation process, which started with the consultation by the department before even it came to the committee. These bills were published on 21 February when the Minister of Finance delivered the national budget. They are normally published then as draft bills. Then we start the whole process of consultation with National Treasury and SARS doing that. They had workshops on the 6th and 7th of June 2024. Engaging with many stakeholders, and then they had a second workshop on the 6th of September 2024 to address all additional comments that came from the public submissions that were made. Then they briefed the committee on the 17th of September. This is a very important part of the report because we have to show that there was public engagement and participation. Then after that, the committee issued a call for public comments. I see there is a hand chairperson from Honorable Bateman.
Honorable Bateman.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the recommendations that came through from the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, which is it was that we should have a second draft done of the bills, and then ask for responses on the second draft from the public, and then look at Treasury's responses to the public responses to the second draft. And I just, as I have sort of engaged with that suggestion, can see the merit of it, because we don't get to see what the second draft looks like. We don't get to see what the changes are. And so the version of the bill that we're debating and discussing in those workshops is really still the first version. And even now at this setting, it's not clear to me what changes have been made from the previous drafts to which the public feedback related. And I just think the process would be improved if we could get that second draft together with the public responses on the second draft and Treasury's responses on the second draft, including them highlighting if there have been any second round changes that they are making in reaction. Then when we evaluate these bills, we'd have everything in front of us. We would have an already improved bill, which has been commented on by the public and to which Treasury has responded. And we could have everything in front of us, here at this time, as we are doing the line by line deliberations. And I think we need that because this area is very specialized. It's a very technical area. All of these bills are very technical, and to really do justice to it, we obviously have to apply our minds and do the best we can with our own knowledge and experience and insights and wisdom. But we would be foolish to think that we don't also want to have the best minds from the public as well engaged. And so I think that there are many merits in the process that we followed, but I do think that we need to improve it and take on board the recommendations of the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants in terms of our processes. And just to step back for a moment, when in a sense this oversight process is like conducting an audit, and there's the different ways of making sure you get a good outcome at the end of the audit. The one is you look at checking all the details, which is what we're doing at the moment. But the other is that you check that the process is robust and the systems are robust and that those systems yield good results. And so I would like to appeal that we actually, I'm not sure if it's practical for this year, but I would like to appeal that we look at this for if possible this year, but otherwise as definitely in the new year, to make sure that we're actually presented with a second draft of the bill and then the public participation and then Treasury's responses to the public participation. And that becomes a regular occurrence. And also that we require Treasury, this was their other recommendation, which I think is absolutely correct, that we require Treasury to give us a response to every public submission. And the main reason for that is, well, two reasons. One is obviously to show respect to those who have taken the time and trouble to give responses. But also, if there isn't an official published response from Treasury on a matter, then the respondents don't know whether it's worth keeping on with making the same recommendation year after year, or whether they must just give up because there hasn't actually been a response. And then just my last comment is just and maybe I should have started with this, is and I don't know how up to date this is, but they also in their submission reported about how a significant number of respondents in this public participation process felt that their suggestions were not being considered or not being taken seriously. And 80%, if I'm not mistaken, I must just check this. I'll just check this detail, and if I'm incorrect, I'll come on again and update that. But I think 80% of them said that they didn't have a response to their. In fact, let me get the exact comment. Apologies, but I don't want to get this wrong.
Okay, Honorable Bateman, can we agree? I hear what you're saying, because definitely if we're going to have to follow that approach, it would mean that we also need all of us as a standing committee to have that body, the body of chartered accountants, to come and make a presentation to the standing committee so that the future bills that we deal with, we are then able to agree that that is the model that we are going to follow. Because obviously they are making a recommendation that we can actually follow in terms of making sure that there is quality check, but also to make sure that there is meaningful participation in terms of the process. So I think what we can do, instead of subjecting this process that we're involved in now, agree that let's have that body, because that will also help to improve our work as a standing committee, to see what they are suggesting and see if that is what we can integrate into our work, instead of subjecting that process now into this, when none of us have actually been able to endear themselves or at least acclimatize or understand what the body of chartered accountants is saying, because definitely what they're saying is a recommendation that the committee, if it is given a chance, it can be able to look at the work that they've done and see if we can integrate their recommendation. But for now, I was going to suggest colleagues that let's not subject this process of the bills that we are dealing with to that process, because this has already undergone those processes and we then process them. But for future, let's look at how we can improve on the work that is being done in terms of processing the bills. Thanks. That's what I would propose, colleagues.
Chair, may I respond?
Honorable Bateman.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I wholeheartedly agree with you and appreciate you affirming that these are things that we do need to look at for the process for next year. And I got a bit stuck on my statistics, so I thought, let me just for the record just get that correct. So the PMG survey that they quoted apparently said that 30% of the participants felt that their submissions were considered, and 37% felt that their concerns were not taken seriously, and 80% said that they had no feedback. So those are the statistics. But thank you, Chair. I like what you're saying, and I think I wonder whether we could also. Well, what I'm going to do actually is not on this report, but on the TLAB report. I'm going to propose some wording to just put into the report what I'm proposing and what I'm hearing that you are also endorsing for the future. So thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bateman. Dr. Sope.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. This is quite a very iterative process where this consultation happens before it even comes to the committee. You can see that the workshops that were held by Treasury, which we were invited, perhaps I'll propose that in the future, colleagues from National Treasury and SARS invite members to attend the workshops even before the bill is introduced to the committee, so that they can see that kind of consultation process where these workshops are held. I remember in the past, in the 6th Parliament or the 5th Parliament, there were complaints of this nature that were made to the committee, and then Treasury invited us to attend these workshops. And I don't want to say much. Of course, maybe some of the comments that are made by the industry are very legitimate. We need to look at how we process this. But these bills, they get published in January and in February, and then there's some kind of consultation that takes place, and the amendments are effected, and then other workshops are held again. As you can see, the second set of workshops were held in September. So, but following all this consultation process by the department, where all the industry people are invited to attend, and they actually attend. These comments are made, the bills get revised, and so on. But I don't want to speak on behalf of National Treasury and SARS, because I work for the committee here. But here, when all that process, yes, but I was trying to explain from the experience of what I've noticed during these processes. But following that, then the committee issued a call for public comments, and then it received the comments from the public, and we had on the 8th and 9th of October the public submissions from the stakeholders who made written and oral submissions on the draft bills, all of them. So on the 23rd of October, National Treasury then and SARS presented to the committee this draft response document, which was circulated to members on all the bills, saying this is what we accept, this is what we do not accept, this is what we defer to a particular process, and so on. So that process also took place. That document was sent and presented to members. And following this process, then the bill, with all those amendments that are suggested during the consultation process and the public hearings, are then presented to the Minister of Finance, who then publish these bills, not as draft bills now, but as bills, and tables them in Parliament. This is what happened during the MTPPS. So when they come here, it's true that we no longer go back with these revised bills and say, can we have a public participation process? But in the whole thing, 65 organizations and 6 individuals submitted comments throughout this process during the participation process with the department, and some others with us when we're processing the appeals. So the organizations here, we explain who participated. They come from different sectors: finance, education, academics, and so on. And we had trade unions and industry, and so that was what the public process entailed in regards to this bill. So on the section 3, under this section here, we deal with the key provisions of the bill, which have been explained. That in clause 1, you have those the revisions to Schedule 1 of the Customs and Excise Act, and we also, if you can just go down, we have those changes to foodstuffs and alcoholic beverages there, which were explained by my colleague there, and alcohol and spirits, you can go down, and tobacco, you can go down, and carbon tax. And then this is what the bill is formally titled as. So these were the public comments that we referred to briefly. Perhaps I'll just read them so for the benefit of members. The amendments in the bill generated substantial feedback with stakeholders expressing concern about proposed excise duty increases on alcohol, tobacco, and electronic nicotine and non-nicotine delivery systems, which are referred to as ENS. So stakeholders emphasize the potential adverse effects of these adjustments on public health, government revenue, and the growth of the illicit market. Tobacco excise drew particular attention with calls for above inflation's increases to improve health outcomes and ensure alignment between heated tobacco products and traditional cigarette taxation. While National Treasury acknowledged these inputs, structural changes were deferred to a planned tobacco excise review. Stakeholders also raised concerns about the above inflation increases on the alcohol excise, noting their disproportionate burden on the legal market, on employment, and industry competitiveness. Many linked these increases to incentivizing illicit trade and recommended aligning future adjustments with the CPI to ensure predictability and fairness. National Treasury noted all these comments and concerns and committed to balancing the revenue goals with the broader economic realities. The excise framework for ENS faced criticism for its flat rate structure, which stakeholders argued fails to account for nicotine content and poses risk to youth consumers. While Treasury deferred the approach as administratively efficient and aligned with international benchmarks, the committee recommends revisiting this framework to reflect evolving market trends and public health imperatives. On illicit trade, which featured very prominently in discussions with stakeholders highlighting the adverse effects on public revenue and legal market stability, they argued measures such as implementing a minimum retail price for tobacco products and increasing budget allocation for SARS for enforcement efforts. National Treasury reaffirmed its commitment to combating the illicit trade through strengthening enforcement and collaboration with law enforcement. So on administrative challenges related to immediate implementation of the excise adjustment, which stakeholders suggested deferring the effective dates to align with the fiscal calendar. So Treasury acknowledged these concerns and indicated that proposals for implementing changes are under review. So normally when the minister announces that these taxes are going to increase, they are effected on the same day. So some were saying that should be effected at the beginning of the calendar year. So these are suggested committee observations and recommendations. Of course, we put this here based on the discussions that are held in the committee meetings, and members are free to add or remove or amend whatever we said here. That's why the report is sent even before the report is adopted in the committee. So here, one of the observations that is made is that the committee recognizes the strategic intent of the Rates and Monetary Amount Bill 2024 in aligning tax policy with public health objectives, environmental sustainability, and the economic or fiscal needs of the country. However, concerns raised during the consultation, they highlight the need for careful implementation to minimize unintended consequences. The committee notes stakeholders' calls for greater alignment of excise duties on HTPs, or which is heated tobacco products, with traditional cigarettes, and supports a comprehensive tobacco excise review to address these issues. It also emphasizes the need to review the ENS framework to enhance its effectiveness as a public health deterrent and adapt to market conditions. So concerns regarding alcohol excise increases, particularly their impact on the legal market and potential to fuel illicit trade, underscore the importance of a balanced approach. The committee supports exploring multi-year adjustments framework to improve predictability and reduce administrative burdens on businesses while ensuring public health objectives are met. You can go down, Alan. Illicit trade remains a significant concern, undermining public health and revenue objectives. The committee calls for accelerated efforts to address the structural drivers of illicit trade, including the consideration of a minimum retail price for tobacco products and increased funding for SARS to ensure enforcement. Administrative issues, especially the immediate implementation of the excise adjustment, highlight the need for operational flexibility. The committee recommends Treasury consider deferring effective dates to align with the fiscal calendar to ease compliance challenges for businesses, as was suggested during the hearings. The increase in carbon tax rates aligns with South Africa's environmental commitments, but the committee urges Treasury to maintain robust stakeholder engagement to balance environmental and economic considerations. So those are the things that we could pick up when we're looking at the comments and the responses. But members are free to amend whatever is there or change or suggest different phrasing and so on. So that's it on the side of the report.
Thanks, Dr. Shope. Can we get comments, colleagues? I see Honorable Bateman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was generally happy with the report as it stands. I think the comments that I made about public participation, they do affect all of the reports, but the main one is the TLAB. So I thought I would just keep that for where we can, where I would propose amendments to take that into account. So I'm not going to repeat all of those things now, but I will bring those up again when we look at the TLAB.
Thank you, Honorable Bateman. Can we, if there's no other comment, can we get a mover in a second?
Honorable Sukwati, Honorable Makubela here moves for the adoption of the report as tabled.
Thank you, Honorable Makubela. Can we get a second?
I second the chairperson.
Thanks,
Maswanganya.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. That means that the report has been agreed to. Can we get those that that means that the report is thank you. And back to you, Chair.
Chair, please register the objection of the EFF.
Chairperson, there's
I'm
a
sorry,
hand from Honorable Van Rooyen.
Okay, thank you.
There's a hand from Honorable Van Rooyen.
I've not seen your hands, I'm sorry. That is noted MKP and the EFF. Thank you.
Let's note the reservation. We are not yet opposing. We are reserving our position, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Van Rooyen. Over to you, Chair. Dr. Mkachat.
Thank you, Honorable Squad. The next bill, Dr. Thorpe.
If Alan could just share it and we will go through the same process that we went through with the previous bill.
Okay. The next bill is, that's the object. Amend the income tax 1962 and all those subsequent amendments. Clause 1, Okay.
Yes.
National Treasure.
Okay, Chair, just a quick question on this one. Are we going to go through the same to go through paragraph A, B, C, or I should just highlight the key ones?
You take us through a clause like clause 1, you highlight as to what are the issues that we have to attend to. It's not everything under one that has to be maybe amended, because in the main, it's amendment. Yeah, so take us in one, you say, here is the issue that we want the committee to attend to, just like that. Not through A, B, C, D, E, F, no. Because under D, for instance, there is nothing to amend. Back to you, Bungan.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. I'll just take you the first clause on paragraph A. This one stems from, it's one of the incentives that is now afforded to encourage the investment in the local production of electric and hydrogen powered vehicles. So then after publishing the bill in 1 August, we then received comments to say we must define what is a battery electric vehicles or hydrogen powered vehicles. And this is one of the definitions that we inserted in clause 1. The other one, Chair, on that is clause 1. The other one, Chair, maybe that I have to highlight on clause 1, let's say if we go to paragraph F, paragraph F, Chair, this amendment seeks to allow the Minister of Finance to issue regulations for unlisted property companies that would cater for the retirement funds and long-term insurance company holder funds. This is based on this mismatch that is happening now, where you have companies that are not listed, but they do not get the flow-through tax treatment, and yet the listed ones have the flow-through tax treatment. This is just to say that the Minister of Finance will issue the requirements and conditions possibly the next year. Then maybe the other one, Chair, we can go to clause H and H, because some of the clauses, Chair, just like H and I are the same. So the key one here, they seek to provide for a tax-free transfer if the transfer was involuntary and the transfer is at the election of a retirement annuity fund member. These issues, it was missed out last year. This is just an amendment that. And then on K, Chair, maybe I'm not jumping, that clause seeks to add the reference of a portfolio of a collective investment scheme and a portfolio of a hedge fund collective investment scheme to the definition of a trust. That's all, Chair, on clause 1. I think just the sum of everything there.
Thanks, Bungan. Honorable members, there we are on clause 1. Maud, we Michelle.
Yes.
Ulukisha icon here, we dark mo. Or okay, Nagamashaka says Woodil.
I'm an African. Black. I'm black.
Okay. Okay. Okay, over to you then, Honorable Bateman.
Yeah, Chair, can the presenter just go up? He says the first clause is meant to provide an incentive to the manufacturers who are building a battery electric vehicle, something like that. What is the incentive? Because I don't see it here. What exactly is that incentive that this amendment seeks to give to the battery electric vehicle manufacturers? Thank you, Chair. That's all on my side.
Thanks, Honorable Bateman.
Thank you, Chair. Could someone just explain to me the background and the rationale for the changing of the definition of trust and what the implications of that are?
Okay, thanks, Honorable Bateman. Honorable Van Rijn.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe a further explanation on the benefits extended to unlisted property companies. I'm not sure if it's required to be specified here or it will be specified on the regulations. But if some more light can be shed, what benefits are we referring to here? And if possible, what is the value of the benefit, monetary value of the benefit? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Van Rijn. SARS Treasury.
Chair, on the first one, the incentive itself is actually in the clause that is coming. I think it's clause 12. However, after publication of the TLAB, because then the question was, we are giving out as well, I think I now have to answer, is to say we're introducing 150% investment allowance for qualifying investment. Now, the question was, if then we're giving 150% allowance, what do you define as a battery electric? What is this hydrogen as well, powered vehicles? So that is why then, because the definitions are all inserted in section 1, then we had to insert the definitions in section 1 of battery electric and hydrogen powered vehicles for that reason. However, the incentive that talks to that 150% allowance is still coming, Chair. It's in clause 12. And then on the question of the trust, what are we doing on the trust? The key issue, just go to it's in clause, the trust, the key issue there, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, was that if you look into the CIS itself, it should be taken into account that in practice, it is a trust. And then it also it submits that income tax, submit that trust tax return, that ITR 12T, that caters for CIS, as well as even in the provision that deal with collective investment scheme in section 25BA, it envisages the portfolio of a CIS to be a trust. So basically what we're trying to do here was then to confirm what is exactly happening in practice, to say a trust does include the portfolio of a collective investment scheme and a portfolio of a hedge fund. And that was, and to add then the Honorable Bateman, the question that came up during as comments or submission was that maybe there might be some collective investment schemes that were that are companies. So to some degree, to include it here maybe might be a misnomer. However, we did check that with the FSCA, and they confirmed that currently there are no portfolios of collective investment scheme that are companies. But that was the main reason why we had this amendment, Chair. I don't know if I've missed one question.
Yes, it's the unlisted properties.
Oh yes, Chair. Oh, thank you, Honorable Van Rooyen. Okay, the key one on the rates. At the moment, mainly let's look into a pensioner, for example, who invest in some entity, let's say it's an unlisted entity at the moment. Because maybe let me just try and visualize and try and draw a picture. You have a pensioner who invests in an entity which is an unlisted property that invest in let's say in a mall of Africa, one of the malls, because now it talks to, it's a property issue here. So the key issue is that the income that comes from, let's say, Mall of Africa towards this entity somehow now doesn't have a flow through. A flow through means that that income that came from Mall of Africa towards the pension, we actually have to tax at the top the pension. However, if we don't have some of the rules at the moment, you end up taxing that entity that holds investment in Mall of Africa. So, however, at the moment, what we're going to do, because we had regulations for the listed entities, so what we're going to do, we're going to mimic those and issue them for discussions possibly next year, and then have all taxpayers to comment as well there. I think that was the benefit. So the benefit is that sometimes some of these, let's say pensioner or whoever wants to invest in these vehicles, or even a pension fund, now they have their investment reduced because that entity in the middle that holds an investment, let's say in this case of Mall of Africa, gets taxed. It doesn't get that flow through. So that is the issue. So we're trying to align the two. While you have some of the companies that have the similar structure, that invest in malls, and yet when the income from the malls, it goes straight, and then we're only taxing the investors. I think that's the issue there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to the next clause.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Here, Chair, on clause 2, what has happened is that we are trying to align the two. So in an instance where you have a foreign company, well, you're a South African entity, and you own a South African company offshore. So foreign taxes that are payable by that one are translated to rand at an average exchange rate of a resident, so of a South African entity. However, the net income of that foreign entity gets translated by applying the average exchange rate for the foreign tax year of the CFC. So the key issue was just that mismatch. So we're seeking to align the years of assessment or of translation. That was the main issue there, Chair. Of course, yeah, of course, then I think those were the first one. Okay, the other one was as well here, one of the issues that we're trying to do, we're trying to match the rules that deals with the capital, with capital gains, with that of a foreign dividends, because such that now the tax exempt portion must not be taken into account when determining the allowable foreign tax credit. So that's the key one issue there, and that's all, Chair, on the two.
Thanks. Are there questions or comments, honorable members? Okay, none. Let's proceed to the next clause.
Chair, on clause 7. So here, Chair, we're seeking to align the income tax with the amendment that was made by the Pension Fund Amendment Act that was passed early this year. Because now that section 37D now refers to interim maintenance orders. So we are now including it here. That's what we did, Chair.
Okay. There we are. Are there questions, comments, members? Is this the two-pot or is this another clause?
Chair, this one also talks to the 2.1, yes, because now the deduction, we were trying to cater, hence even then the effective date is 1 September, yes.
Okay, agreed. Next clause.
On clause 4, Chair, basically the aim here, we are trying to clarify that the provisions of this section 7C also applies to loans that are made by companies, that are made to companies, sorry. Because currently it looked like it was only, we're talking about the donation that were made to the trust. So we're adding the company there. And of course, then we're also trying to address instances where the arm's length of the interest rate is less than the official rate on the cross-border loans arrangement. That is the B. But the key one, Chair, as well, was that we just wanted to extend the provisions to companies.
Thank you. Okay. Let's proceed.
On, yes, okay, this amendment, Chair, to encourage investment in local production of electric and hydrogen powered vehicles. You will see a number of amendments that we're going to do because we are giving an allowance. So in this case, though, we are saying to the extent that now this asset is being disposed of within a period of 5 years, the taxpayer must include 50% of that cost. So we are trying to claw back on the 150% that we was given.
Okay. Do it as treasurer, or it is the responsibility of DTIC?
Then it will be SARS, because let's say in a tax, well, I'm not sure if my example will be quite right here, but let's say in this instance, you have a company that invests in these battery electric vehicles or whatever now, and then it claims a deduction this year of, let's say 150, then 3 years down the line, because now on your tax return, it will reflect that you've claimed a deduction of 150. Then now the asset, whatever now has been sold, then that person now needs to include 50% of the cost, because the person has claimed 150% of the cost, and now we're going back to, we're going back 50%.
Okay. Next clause.
Okay, Chair, on this one, basically, the definition itself, this definition of a third-party back share, should be worded, I think, in the context of a holder or connected person that is having a right to require another person or to issue or make guarantees. So we're clarifying that, Chair, at the top, as well as clarifying on whether the settlement of dividends or foreign dividends in respect of preference shares also falls within the ambit of allowable redemption. I think those were key ones, Chair.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 7. Just see. So in clause 7, Chair, we're making 2 changes. One is a clarification that the policy on hyperinflationary cases, that the third currency should be translated directly to rand, and not the hyperinflationary functional currency that should be translated. And then the other thing as well, Chair, then we were the proposed changes as well in B and C. Basically, we were changing the word attributable to effectively connected to clarify the nexus of the asset to a permanent establishment.
Thank you. Next clause.
Clause H, basically, okay, because the A1 is just a consequential, because we've added now a new paragraph F in B that seeks to exclude interest in South African retirement funds from the ambit of the exit charge to avoid a potential double taxation, as this amount will remain within South Africa's taxing jurisdiction despite the member becoming a non-resident, because Section 9H deals with an exit charge, Chair. So we're trying to avoid some sort of a potential double taxation there.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 9, Chair. We're trying to clarify that refunds that are occurring within the same year of assessment can be allowed as a deduction. The key issue, Chair, there was that it was to avoid that interpretation challenge that is brought by the words was included. Then we're trying to say we added is to make sure that at least refunds that are occurring within the same year of assessment can be allowed as a deduction.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause on clause 10, Chair, the key one here, because the rest are just consequential because we've added a new paragraph F. Basically here, Chair, we're trying to make sure that there is no double deduction for those assets that are used by investor in the local production of electric and hydrogen powered vehicles, to say they can only claim the deduction under the next clause that is coming, Chair, which is clause 12. So we're switching off a potential double deduction yet.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 11, Chair. It's mainly we're seeking to correct the grammatical error, to correct the wording and allowance to a deduction.
Okay. Okay. Next clause.
Clause 12, Chair, this is the amendment that relates to investment, that encourage investment in the local production of hydrogen, basically by giving the 150% investment allowance. And also to state that this provision will end in 1 March 2036.
Okay. Next clause.
On clause 13, Chair, the entire couple ones, basically, same as in clause A, we're clarifying the scope of the section. So we're adding research and development in the heading. And then subsequently, then we need to replicate that as well in other provisions, in other paragraphs of section 13. And then that's the main one, Chair, because on C, that is an A and B. On C as well, we just remove O and we're adding for style and consistency, because if we have that semicolon and O, then yeah, So that's more of a technical corrections here, Chair, as well as in, yes.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause, let me see, clause 14. Clause 14, the proposed deletion, Chair, we seek to delete now an obsolete provision that allowed for an additional grading allowance on any building or improvement. This started, Chair, in 1 January 1964, and therefore now it has expired. That grading allowance has now expired, so we're just deleting the sections, Chair, those sections that relate to that grading allowances.
Okay. Next clause.
As well, say, Chair, on clause 15, as well, we also, I see, there's a hand, Chair.
I finished the clause that you are explaining.
Okay. Clause,
Okay,
Chair, clause 15, Chair, just to make sure that there's no double deduction as well for those that qualify for battery, for electric and hydrogen powered vehicles, Chair. So we're trying to switch off any double deduction as well in this.
Okay. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you, Chair. The clause that deals with that old legislative provision, what is now in place for that? But also, can you give some more details on exactly what were the gradings for, you know, so as we are able to know what is replacing that particular provision?
Okay.
Okay.
Honorable Kaderu.
Okay, Chair, well, maybe I think it dates back way my time. I just need to, maybe I'll also I'll check, but the key issue with that grading allowance, it was actually on buildings or improvement, and it had that maximum allowance, and the maximum allowance at the time was 25 years. So technically it should have ended in 2013. So when we're supposed to go back and when we check, we're revisiting some of the amendments as well in the income tax, we may have missed it. However, it wasn't replaced by any allowance thereafter. I'm not sure that grading allowance, I'm not trying to say something else, but yeah, it started in 1964. Anything to add there?
Okay. Are you clear, Honorable Van Rooyen?
No, I appreciate the attempt to clarify, but I don't think it's enough, because my request is that please give more information and just to how was this thing operating, and if you take it away, what is in place for it? Because I don't know whom was it benefiting. Are you not taking the benefit that was duly deserved, maybe by the poorest of the poor, because we are mandated by them to come and make sure that they are not subjected to unreasonable taxation? Or maybe are you not taking away taxation from the wealthiest who are supposed to be taxed accordingly? I'm just trying to be practical, Chair, in understanding the impact of this amendment, you know.
Thanks, Honorable Van Rooyen. Honorable Father.
Thank you, Chair. The people who were benefiting was the hotels. So this grading allowance was given to hotels at the time. So, and then it had the 25 years, but then we haven't actually updated it or to give that allowance as well to the hotel industry.
Now, sorry, Chair, now it's becoming more interesting because if it was for the hotels, then you are taking away that benefit from the hotels. Are you not somehow discouraging investment in that area? I'm just trying to be practical because remember also our mandate is developmental, and we also have to find a way of encouraging people to invest in hotels. Are you not trying to say now you are taking away the benefit because most of the people who are now coming into that space, I'm now speaking politics, coming to that space are Black people. So you want to keep it to remain the industry to be remain lily white and all that. I'm not saying you are doing that, but if we don't get more information on why this particular benefit is taken away now, after all these years, it becomes difficult for one to make a sense of this particular amendment. Thank you.
Treasury, SARS, can you respond
Yes.
to that?
Yes, no, Chair, I was trying to check as well my book here because the key issue was that, as a general matter, was that any incentive, just the one that we just did now, had the sunset date. We said it's ending in 2026. And with this one, it also had the 25 years. So it was supposed to end in 1988, in fact, 4th June of 1998. However, I'm trying to see if we had something that replicates, but it's not quite there, but I think we had some amendment that goes towards it now. In section 13, even though it's no longer the same, but I think we have something there, Chair. However, as I say, to some degree, after that sunset date, generally taxpayers also write to us and say this amendment has been has come to an end. Therefore, we would actually like to have the same amendment or maybe something better, and then they write to us. However, I said this one ended in 1988. So then afterwards, we haven't even received anything, I think, from our side. This one was just part of that housekeeping that we're doing, but we can reach out as well to the hotel industry and find out if about this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
I had Honorable Van Rooyen asking the question as to will this not have an impact on the hotel or hospitality industry, with particular reference to the up and coming previously disadvantaged who are entering the hotel space. I thought that is the angle that Honorable Van Rooyen was bringing. But I see it's here on the platform, he can speak for himself. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Maybe without holding the process ransom, I will request that maybe National Treasury to just give some more explanation, maybe after the meeting on this particular clause, because the details, I think they have them, but maybe it's because they were not ready to give the information as requested. So will you please allow them to gather as much information so as we understand the background behind this amendment, and then obviously to guide us as public representative, either to support or not to support. Thank you.
Thanks, they will do so. Next clause.
Thank you, Chair. On clause 16, the key one here, Chair, was that this is an assess loss restriction rule, excuse me, that was introduced for companies with the years of assessment commencing on or after 1 April 2022. This proposal broadened the corporate tax base by restricting the offset of assessed losses carried forward to 80% of the taxable income. However, then the issue that came from the taxpayers was that we need to cater for companies that were to cater for companies that were in the process of liquidation, deregistration, or winding up. So basically, this is the amendment that seeks to address those issues, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next clause.
Agree, Chair. This Chair seeks to say that no deductions are allowed in respect of any taxes imposed under the income tax. So basically, Chair, here we're saying we're including interest as well.
Okay. Agreed. Next clause.
Okay, so in section 20, on clause 18. Just seeks to clarify that the reduction in the calculation is limited to deductible interest. We're trying to clarify, Chair, some of the amendment that we made in 2023.
Okay, agreed. Next clause.
This one, Chair, talks to the limitation of interest deduction in respect of reorganization and acquisition transaction, which is actually similar to section 23M that we just did. And we were now, Chair, on this one trying to mirror the changes that were made in section 23M to section 23N.
Okay. Agreed. Next clause.
So this clause, Chair, clause 20, it seeks to, first, the other one is just the, it's consequential because now of addition of paragraph E, this one. Paragraph E, Chair, seeks to include in the definition of exchange item any item in foreign currency that constitutes a preference share as defined in section 8EA.
Okay.
And
Agreed.
then on,
Next clause.
yes, and then the other amendment, Chair, as you can see, the rest, I think from E to I, they talk to, starting from, yes, E to I as well, they stem from the fact that this amendment in D seek to carry forward the net foreign exchange loss to the next year of assessment, where it will be considered an exchange loss for that year. Because now we have added the new subsection 3 cap A, we then need to replicate that until I check.
Honorable Bateman.
Thank you, Chair. Would it be possible to just illustrate this with an example? How this would work?
Okay. Okay, Honorable Bateman, I'm going to try okay, firstly, the section 24I on this talks to two issues. One, there are companies that are trading. And then you have now a company that owns this foreign exchange item, but it's just a holding company. So it's not necessarily trading. So what then happens is that the foreign exchange gain, because that was the key issue that we're trying to address here, you find that because this is just a holding company and it doesn't have, it's not trading, it holds this exchange item, it makes a gain. We were taxing it in let's say in 2024. Now, next year, it makes a loss. And even in the following year, then it makes, but it cannot deduct that loss in 2025 because it's not trading, because the deduction of losses is based on the principle of saying the entity must be trading. Now, because this is a holding entity, we're taxing it, but then when it makes a loss, it can't deduct the loss. It cannot even carry forward the loss to the following year. So what we then, and this generally happens as well to some of the big multinationals as well, that sometimes they do have these holding entities that hold this instrument. So basically that's what we seek to do. So now we're saying you then have to take that loss and carry it forward. So which means if in the 2024 it made 100 gain, we tax it. Next year it makes a loss of 50, and then that following year now it makes a gain. That instrument now yields a gain of 60 or maybe of 70. Then the loss in 2025 of 50 must then be carried forward as well to 2027 and be net off against that income from that one.
Okay, and then was there also a provision that if the company was then wound down or liquidated or something like that, what would happen in that situation if it all came to an end?
If now you're saying now, if that entity now gets wound
down, yeah.
Can you speak through the chair of the meeting?
Okay.
Members and treasury. Yes, over to you, treasurer.
Okay, Chair. Okay, Chair. Sorry, apologies, Chair. Then that carry forward will then be lost, then, Honorable Bateman. Because there will be no other income that this entity will receive going forward.
Okay. Next, clause.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. Okay. I must then add the Chair that this is the issue is the same as the other losses as well, or loss-making entities. On clause 24, JP, Chair, on clause 21, here the aim is to specifically exclude the application of the definition of gross income to ensure that section 24 JP takes preference over all other sections in determining the taxable income of financial instrument. Because, Chair, you recall a couple of years back, this section was intended for financial instrument to be taxed using accounting. So any gains or losses will be taxed using the accounting standard. But then the issue now was that if we're bringing in the concept of gross income, then it looks like we are diluting the section, or now it becomes unclear. So this was just more of a clarification, Chair.
Thank you. Next clause.
To Chair, we seek to broaden the prohibition of the depreciation allowance by including the reference 12B and 12BA.
Thanks. Next clause.
The next clause, Chair, seek to make a distinction for the application based on functional currency of the tax resident.
Okay. Next clause.
This clause, Chair, is based on the changes that were made in 2022 for short-term insurers and long-term insurers to use accounting standard IFRS 17 as one of the measures for liabilities. So what has then happened now, we're trying to make some adjustment. In one of them, we seek to reverse the deletion of the deduction of liabilities first on investment contracts that are recognized under IFRS 9. So that's one of the amendment that we did. Because at some stage, the entire section 28 and 29 is now based on IFRS 17, but we then inadvertently deleted a reference to IFRS 9, which we still needed to keep. That's one of the issues there, Chair. And as well, also was to the amendment seeks to avoid an excessive phasing in amount as a result of liability for remaining coverage, not specifically allowed as a deduction under IFRS 17. But basically, Chair, all of these amendments seek to mirror what used to happen before these companies started using IFRS 17. So because before that, so we're looking at it and we're trying to refine the wordings. That's what we're doing, Chair, on all of these amendments in section 28.
Thank you. Next section.
And then, yes. And then also, Chair, on clause 25, okay, on A, we seek to align the amounts payable or receivable by cell owner in its capacity as a cell owner, not as a policyholder. And then the other one as well, Chair, as well is also stem from that change from the 2022 amendment to cater for the reinsurance debtors because they were not previously considered. So these are part of all of the housekeeping that we're trying to do, looking at the IFRS 17 and IFRS 4, the standard that was used before IFRS 17 by the short-term and the long-term insurers.
Thank you.
Clause 26, Chair, it deletes now an obsolete provision relating to consolidation between the National Urban Reconstruction and Housing Agency and the Rural Housing Loan Fund under the National Housing Finance Corporation, which was finalized with effect from 1 October 2018. Chair.
Next clause.
Clause 27, Chair, is a consequential amendment to the amendment to section 20. Clause.
There seems to be a challenge with your microphone.
Oh, can you hear me now, Chair? Chair? Chair.
noise. Just fix your microphone. I don't know what's the problem. Jyoti, are you able to assist? Or is the problem on his side?
On his side, Chairperson.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but there is a sound that comes through when you speak. I don't know what's the problem. You were clear all along.
Yes.
What do we do?
Maybe he can leave and rejoin the meeting.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, you are clear now.
Okay, no apologies for that. Clause 41, Chair, is a consequential amendment based on clause 16.
Thank you. Thanks, Buhle was assist. You are a guru on your technology. There we are, honorable members. Agreed. Thanks. Next clause.
Clause 28, Chair, seeks to replace the words or with as.
Great. Next clause.
The 44, clause 29, Chair, is a deletion of paragraph D as the reference is to a resultant company that is a foreign company, while the amalgamation transaction do not include transfers to foreign companies. It was an oversight, Chair.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 30, Chair, seeks to provide for a tax-free transfers if the transfer was involuntary and the transfer is at the election of a retirement annuity fund member. It's the same, Chair, clause 30 and clause 31.
Thank you. Next clause.
32. The clause 32, Chair, seeks to delete a now obsolete provision that related to advances, loans, or payments to certain shareholders that were deemed to be dividend, Chair, which has since been repealed. So we just, because the provision has been repealed, so that is why we're making this change, Chair.
Thanks. Next clause.
Chair, on clause 33, these proposed amendments are technical corrections, Chair, and are consequential to amendments that were made in 2018 regarding the government policy that there should be no additional tax consequences at the transfer for members of the funds if the transfer is between or within retirement funds of the same employer. So all of them are just technical corrections there, Chair.
Thank you. Next clause.
Clause 34, Chair, seeks to facilitate the interaction and the aggregation of the sums of the annual exclusions for year of assessment.
Thank you. Next clause.
Clause 35, Chair, seeks to align the amendment made in 2023 relating to foreign return of capital with the disposal rule in paragraph 64. Chair.
Thank you. Next clause.
Clause 36, Chair, the proposed amendments are consequential upon the substitution of paragraph 80 by the Taxation Laws Amendment Act 23 of 2020.
Thank you. Next clause.
Clause 37, the substitution of obsolete reference in relation to the term adult education and training, which has now been repealed. That is both, Chair, clause 37 and clause 38.
Okay, let's move to proceed to the clause 39. Okay.
Clause 39, Chair, seeks to update the reference, Chair, because now the name has changed from clothing and textile competitive programs to clothing, textile, footwear, and leather. So we're just changing the name, Chair.
Okay. Next clause.
This clause, Chair, is the continuation clause. It makes provision for certain amendments to the schedule to the customs and excise and the VAT that are effected by notice in the Government Gazette.
Thank you.
Chair, apologies, Chair. Then the following clauses, a couple, I think clause 41, 42, 43, 44, and I'll also take 52. When 44, Chair, these are amendments due to a technical interpretation that has been advanced by some industry members. So we just made it a change, Chair.
Okay.
And
Next
then clause 45, Chair, it seeks to exclude foreign subsidiaries from the definition of a resident of the Republic.
Okay. So how do you define foreign subsidiaries? Wow. They are not a resident company. What?
You see, Chair, now, because the key issue, we are now on that value-added tax, and it's more about the consumption tax. So it becomes now a challenge, but I'm sure if my colleague, I'm not sure if Anissa is here, can also elaborate on that one, Chair. Through you, Chair, can I offer Anissa?
Okay, Anissa, Bake.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. The reason we are excluding subsidiary in this instance because VAT is a consumption tax and it is generally across the world taxed where it is consumed. Now, in some instances, there may be a subsidiary that's not even based in South Africa that receives services from a group company that's based in South Africa. The only reason it would be considered resident of South Africa is in terms of the income tax definition. and the VAT Act had been referring to that income tax definition. Now, it doesn't make sense from a VAT point of view, being a consumption tax, where the domestic company then provides a service to its group company, which is not situated in the country, which does not consume those services in the country, for it to be taxed here simply because it is deemed a resident based on the link with the income tax definition. And that's the only reason that we are removing that part of it from here, not from income tax in any way. So resident of the Republic will still be qualify, a domestic company that will be here will still qualify and have to pay taxes, but exports of services are generally zero rated in all countries and because of where it's consumed. So in this instance, we're removing them from being deemed to be here so that it can be seen as an export of a service.
Okay, no tax or financial implications for that decision?
No, not at all. It's simply aligning it with the rest of the VAT Act.
No. Okay. Next clause.
Chairs, this one, Chair, we're trying to provide some relief because of these unintended consequences, because now foreign lessors who had to deregister from VAT is now facing some sort of an output tax liability. So this amendment seeks to do that, Chair.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 47, Chair, seeks to ensure parity between those Sharia compliant financing arrangements. So what happened, Chair, a couple of years we had different Sharia compliant arrangement, but we didn't include Mudaraba as well here. So basically what we do, the clause seeks to include Mudaraba, Chair.
Let me not assume that I understand what do you mean by Mudarabat? Honorable Van Rooyen?
Indeed, Chair. I think your submission is in order because this is one platform that is used globally by some of the labeled terrorist groupings to transact. So I'm not sure practically this provision, how is it going to ensure that firstly you operationalize it? How do you get it operationalized in South Africa or in our situation to make with the sole intention, of course, of dealing with tax collection, but also avoiding it to be misused for act of terrorism or money laundering, because this is one platform that has been confirmed to be used for money laundering and funding so-called, terrorism act, So I'm not sure how is this for tax purposes? How is it? How is SARS intending to give effect to this whole thing? If it has not been happening, I'm not sure what is the status here. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Van Rooyen. Treasury, SARS.
Chair, yeah, this Sharia, and the point is noted, Chair, from Honorable Van Rooyen, that this Sharia compliant financing arrangement, we're intended to give, in a sense, we're ensuring that there is some sort of level playing field between this instrument and your normal financing arrangement. And then we limited it as well, because then we allowed for 3 products as well to be issued. And so, I'm waiting, but I see Franz wants to come in here as well. But I just wanted to say it's not everything, Chair, that is a free for all, but it's just limited products from the Sharia compliant products.
Okay. Mr. Tomasek.
Thank you, Chair. So if you go to Section 24JA of the Income Tax Act, you'll see that a mudaraba is an arrangement between a bank and a client of the bank. So that then leads you to the next question: what is a bank? And that is defined as a bank in Section 1 of the Banks Act, a mutual bank in terms of the Mutual Banks Act, or a cooperative bank in terms of the Cooperative Banks Act. So these are all financial institutions that would be required to meet the FIC's Know Your Client, AML, anti-money laundering, anti-terrorist financing rules, which I hope would address the honourable member's concern.
Okay. Next clause.
Thank you, Chair. This one, Chair, also it's the same. It's this amendment. It's also due to that technical interpretation that was advanced by some tax industry members. It talks as well, it is included. It's one of those ones that goes with clause 41, 42, 43, 44 as well.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 49. This one, just the purpose is to provide a clawback to any amount written off by recipient, which is subsequently recovered under Section 22(1) Cap A. So we're including Section 22(1) Cap A, Chair, there.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause, Chair, clause 50, it relates to foreign donor funded projects, and we are trying to make sure that we're proposing that the implementing agent must register as one branch for VAT purposes. That is the key one, Chair. Or alternatively, give them a choice as well to say otherwise they can continue as separate enterprises until they finalize their projects. Because now the key at the moment, the issue is that these foreign donor funded projects, they have to, if you're involved in a project, you must register for VAT. So basically what we're trying to do, we're trying to streamline the entire thing to say, you need to register, you need to match all your foreign donor funded projects into one.
What does it mean in simple terms? Let me understand. If an NGO is getting a funding from USAID, yes, or GTZ and so on, and it's also get the funding from somewhere in Africa. Explain it in simple terms. If it gets foreign donations from 3 different sources.
Okay. Through you, Chair Anissa, do you want to go ahead and clarify much better?
Over to you, Anissa.
Okay, thank you so much. Foreign donors provide funding for projects, and then these projects have implementing agents in the country. Now, sometimes an implementing agent, for example, a university might have funding from various sources for various projects and be running all of this at the same time. Now, we have permitted the projects, a project is not a person per se, but we have deemed it to be a person for VAT purposes so that we can allow them to register for VAT. And the only reason, not because we want VAT from it, but because we want to allow them to claim back all the VAT that they incur in running with that project, so that if you look at most of these agreements with the foreign donors, it says there that tax must not be a cost to the project. So by allowing them to claim back VAT, if they have to go and get the services of another VAT vendor or purchase goods for the project, they would be charged VAT in the normal course of business. And then we allow them to claim that back as input tax credit, so it goes back in the funding and back into the project. Now, to do that, you've got to obviously now keep VAT records and submit VAT returns. Now, it was a problem in the past where for each project had to register a separate vendor and do separate VAT returns. And what was happening was, if a university might have over 200 projects, they would have over 200 VAT returns and VAT numbers that they have to then deal with. And it became problematic from an admin point of view. So this is now put there to simplify this entire thing and to say to them, for any new projects going forward, you don't have to register a separate VAT vendor for each project. You can have one branch VAT registration, put them all in there, as long as your accounting records are kept separate. And that they have to do anyway, because they need to account to the foreign donor as to what happened with the funding. So the option then we're providing is that those that already have the numerous VAT registrations, if they want to simply continue with that, because maybe these projects are short-lived, maybe it's going to be coming to an end soon, and it's going to be more of an admin burden to re-register and to deregister. So for those, if they want to continue, they can continue until the project comes to an end. But all new registrations from now on does not need to be so many different VAT registrations. That's basically what this amendment is about.
Okay, clear. Next clause.
Thank you, Chair. This one stems from clause 51, stems from the regulations prescribing electronic services. So in this instance, we're trying to eliminate the admin burden on the principal to ensure that the VAT is not accounted for twice by the principal and the intermediary on the same supply. That is the first part. And then the second part as well, we are now introducing the concept of joint and several liability for both the principal and the intermediary in cases where both parties have agreed to treat the supplies as being made by the intermediary.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 52, Chair, also goes with those clauses in clause 41 and 42 relating to an incorrect interpretation.
Okay. The next clause.
Clause 53. It seeks to correct the reference, Chair, to that of an identical share for bond as contemplated in paragraph C of collateral arrangement. It's more of a technical correction, Chair.
Okay. Next.
Clause 54, Chair, seeks to correct as well grammatical error with reference to the spelling of intestatio. What's that Latin word?
Okay. Next clause.
On clause 55, Chair seeks to clarify that the gross sales will be the amount that would have been received during the year of assessment in respect of the transfer of that mineral resource, had that resource been transferred at the condition specified or minimum of the range of the conditions, Chair.
Okay. Next clause.
Chair, and clause 57, they go together. They're in relation. They seek to address the abuse that we have seen in the employment tax incentive, Chair. By now saying the employer must pay a penalty that is equal to 100% of the employment tax incentive that was deducted. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 58, Chair, clause 6 to postpone the effective date of the amendments to section 8F3 from 1 January 2025 to 1 January 2026.
Okay. Next clause.
And then clause 59 as well seeks to postpone the effective date of an amendment to section 8FA now from 1 January 2025 to 1 January 2026. Similarly as well, apologies, Chair.
Okay, you can proceed.
Clause 60 as well seeks to postpone the effective date of an amendment to section 23M from 1 January 2025 to 1 January 2026.
Okay.
61, Chair. Yes, clause 61, Chair, relates to the 2015 amendment to remove the commissioner's discretion, and we needed to include section 12BA, Chair, or 12BA and 12U and 12CAPU, yes.
What does this mean? Such as the commissioner may think just reasonable as represents the amount. What do you mean in simple terms?
Chair, across the Income Tax Act, there have been these provisions that have allowed for a commissioner's discretion. So we are trying to move away from that, to some degree. So that is one of that old language that was there. So we are fixing it, so it will be activated in the future. But across the income tax, we had those provision that says everything is based on the commissioner's discretion. And the key one now was that section 12BA was inserted last year. So we're trying to add it here to say, to the extent that now we have, we take out the commissioner's discretion, then we will amend.
Okay.
Yes.
Next clause.
This clause, Chair, is clause 62. This one is based on the operationalization of that National Transmission Company of South Africa. So it is proposed now, Chair, to amend the section 6 to allow for electricity purchased under power purchase agreement to be ceded to this National Transmission Company.
Which company is this? Is it the subsidiary of ESCOM? Or
Yes,
which company?
Chair. Yes, that's the one. So now we're trying.
ESCOM has been unbundled now.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so there's a transmission company and what else? And a generation company, something like that.
Charlene, may you come in quickly? There are two companies. I'm more focusing on the National Transmission Company, Chair.
Okay.
Thanks, Nhlanhla. Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Yes, so under the Carbon Tax Act, we allow electricity generators like Eskom to deduct any purchases of renewable energy from the independent power producers to deduct their carbon tax liability from that. So to the extent now that we have the unbundling of Eskom into generation, distribution, and transmission, then those purchases of electricity or those PPAs that were signed with the generation company will now sit with the transmission company, and that we're allowing those purchases to still be deductible. So that is that's in process right now. Thanks.
Okay. Next.
Thank you, Chair. The clause 63 basically seeks to, it's an alignment between the carbon tax and the Department of Forestry and Fisheries and Environment's methodological guidelines. And it is proposed that then the Schedule 1, the fuel combustion factors and net calorific values be updated, Chair. So we're just updating based on DFFE's methodological guidelines, Chair.
Okay. Next clause.
64, Chair, as well, it talks to what DFFE gazetted to amend methodological guidelines that relates to fugitive emissions from coal mining, oil and gas operations. So it's also, Chair, in line with the guideline from DFFE.
Okay, next clause.
This one, Chair, it seeks to extend this learnership incentive by another 3 years to 1 April 2027, in line with the Minister's budget announcement to facilitate the evaluation of this tax incentive.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 66, Chair, technical corrections to amendment made in 2023 regarding various refinements made to research and development tax incentive.
Next clause.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, I'm not sure what's happening with my hand raising icon. But what I wanted to know, can he unpack the provision for research and development? Are we increasing the rates there, or what does that mean? Can you please unpack it for us?
Yeah. Over to you, Treasury source.
Oh, thank you to you, Chair. No, we are not increasing the rate, Honorable Van Rooyen, but the key issue as well, one of the amendments is that we are trying to fix now the minister responsible. So now it says minister responsible for science and innovation. So it's no longer technology. So we're just changing some of those. So we're just changing, we're deleting technology and we're replacing it with innovation. So it's more about cosmetic, Honorable Chair.
Okay, Honorable Van Rijn. Mautwe, Makuele, Wate, Nilele, Lirubezi, Mulelo, now for so. Why look
I just think of yours.
No, we are well and alive. We are well and alive.
But it's boring.
Chair, we are here. We are here. Chair.
After the Nadi Van Rijn fella mo,
No, we
Listening is also a skill, Chair.
we are following.
Listening is also a skill, Chair.
So
Not
you
to
only
speak for the sake of speaking.
So tana bulela Nali Van Rijn fella until refetam.
Yeah, but also, Chair, this is boring. Yes, yes.
Wabona watu wako Moses Kotan. Kuwena urilo unyaka virtual then what you got is boring. Makuele, uko kai, collect. Okay, next, Bunga, let's gallop now.
Okay, clause 67, Chair. Basically, we are postponing the effective date to 1 January 2026. And
Thank
clause 60,
you.
yes.
Next, clause.
Clause 68, Chair, is more of a, we are updating the reference from IS 39 to IFRS 9, Chair. Then clause 69 is a short title, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mautwe, can you move for the adoption?
Yeah. There's a lot that I don't agree with.
I move for the adoption, Chair.
I second the adoption, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Squati, Honorable
Now we must
Galeka.
ask.
Let's note that is a reservation, Chair.
Reservation, Honorable Van Rijn, MKP.
Yeah, Chair, there's some I agree with, some I don't agree with. So I don't know how you're going to register that. Because I don't want to take you back to 11111.
One will agree and shame the devil, at least for today.
Chair, register our rejection.
Okay. Okay, agreed. The report, Dr. Slope, can you summarize the report?
Yes, Alan, can you please just upload the report? Chair, I propose that we then skip this introductory part because it would almost be the same as in the previous report that we dealt with and focus on committee observations that we are proposing for this report. So here we're recognizing the inclusive public participation process during the deliberations on the bill, which engaged all these stakeholders during the public participation process. There is a hand, Chairperson, from Honorable Bateman.
Okay, Honorable Bateman.
Thank you, Chair. So I had wanted to insert something into 2.9, and then well, we've actually skipped and gone all the way down to 4. And it relates to what I was saying earlier. I don't know if we could perhaps just scroll back up there. We're speaking about the public participation process. And I would like to propose that we include the following words. At the same time, the committee does also note the procedural concerns reported by one participant based on a PMG survey, which found that only 30% of participants felt that their submissions were considered, 37% felt that their concerns were not taken seriously, and 80% said that they had no feedback. Reported impediments to participation included lack of time, 51%, lack of funding, 36%, lack of capacity, 32%, and insufficient knowledge of policy, 19%. I think that would help us to have a more rounded comment. I'm not disagreeing with 2.8, which is really recognizing the many positive aspects of the public participation process, and I do think that there is much to recommend in it. But I think we should also, at the same time, note that there is still a distance to go, and I'll come back to this when we look at our recommendations. Shall I put that on the chat, the proposed wording?
Okay, you can do so. So we'll note, as you have suggested, but it does not mean that we entirely agree with what the stakeholders are actually raising. So put that on the chart and also forward it to the Secretariat. Thanks, Honorable Bateman. Let's go back, Dr. Hlophe, to where you were.
Yes, Chair. That was the first point. I don't know if perhaps Honorable Boitman would like for committee to make an observation on that or a recommendation. If so, perhaps through the chair, that could also be sent to the Secretariat for inclusion in the report. So 4.2, it says that the bill aligns with South Africa's strategic goals by fostering renewable energy adoption, enhancing youth employment opportunities, addressing environmental challenges, and modernizing the tax system in line with global best practices. Also aims to support economic growth through targeted incentives for green technologies, improve tax compliance, and reduce administrative burdens. 4.3, this one says the committee noted stakeholders' key concerns, such as maintaining renewable energy deductions to ensure equity among electricity generators, clarifying technical provisions in carbon tax and employment incentives, and addressing administrative challenges in VAT compliance and foreign donor-funded projects. Many of these issues were addressed through amendments or clarification by National Treasury and SARS, demonstrating the willingness to engage constructively. However, some proposals, such as extending hybrid vehicle incentives and redefining connected person rules, were deferred due to policy limitations or the scope of the bill. 4.4, the amendments introduced by National Treasury and SARS addressed several technical refinements and clarified ambiguities in the tax framework. These included defining key terms, aligning South African tax provisions with international standards like IFRS and IPCC guidelines, and streamlining administrative processes to reduce compliance burdens for taxpayers. The committee particularly welcomed the postponement of implementation dates for measures like the revised interest deduction threshold, ensuring stakeholders have adequate time to adapt. 4.6, the committee recommends National Treasury, the National Assembly to approve the bill, subject to specific considerations. Also emphasizes the need for enhanced monitoring and reporting on the implementation of key provisions, such as the renewable energy premium deduction, employment tax incentive, and investment allowance for electric and hydrogen powered vehicles. NT and SARS are asked to provide periodic updates at least once a year on the effectiveness of these measures in achieving their policy objectives. So I don't know if this is competent, Chair, if this would be possible for SARS and National Treasury to do, because we enact these things hoping that they're going to achieve some policy goals, but we find during public hearings that there are complaints that these measures are not working. You had many complaints about employment tax incentive and so on. So when these are introduced, we have proposed that at least once the committee receives just a report on how these are measuring to the policy goals. 4.6, further consultations and policy development should be prioritized in areas identified by stakeholders, including refining the SEZ tax framework, addressing challenges related to hybrid vehicle incentives, and resolving administrative issues like VAT prescription periods for input tax claims. The committee encourages and intends us to revisit these areas in future legislative reviews to ensure they are addressed comprehensively. To support effective implementation, NT and SARS should expedite the publication of detailed guidelines for new provisions. These guidelines should clarify definitions, compliance standards, and methodologies for measures such as the carbon tax amendments, rate regulations, vehicle manufacturing incentives. This clarity will help stakeholders align their, you can go down, Alan. To align their practices with the updated tax framework. The committee also highlights the importance of continued stakeholder engagement to strengthen the legislative process, expanding representation from diverse sectors and addressing gaps identified during consultations will ensure that tax framework reflects the needs of all stakeholders while maintaining alignment with South Africa's developmental goals. Finally, the committee recognizes the importance of aligning South Africa's tax framework with global trends in areas like carbon emissions reductions, international tax compliance, and renewable energy incentives. Ensuring consistency with international best practices will enhance the country's competitiveness and support its transition to a sustainable, inclusive economy. So those are the suggested observations and recommendations, Chairperson, and that's it from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Topper. Members, there we are. Any comment or question? Probably, is it Honorable Squad?
Yes, Chair. Just to say that perhaps where I see Dr. Shope does a lot of abbreviations. If he can just put them in full, and maybe enclose those abbreviations so that we are also able to keep abreast with those abbreviations. I see at least in one, at least maybe first paragraph where he speaks about those, just make sure that at least it's in full. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Squati. Honorable Bateman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to cross-reference the report that I've just looked that was just been presented, because I've also got here a final draft report of TLAB, and there's another one which is TALAB. And the one that I was looking at was the TLAB one, which seemed to go on to 4 points. It went further. And I just wondered whether I'm looking at the right report. Is it possible just to bring that up again? Because I did review it and I made comments on it, but now it doesn't seem to be the same report that I'm looking at.
Okay, Honorable Bateman. Also, I think it's 4.6. Can we include the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition when it comes to reviewing the legislation on the SEZ? Because I see for now, we are saying let it be Treasury and SARS. So let's include the lead department, which is DTIC. Thanks. Respond to issues raised by the honorable members. Thanks. Over to you, Treasury and SARS.
Yes, Chair, the report that we sent yesterday, there are some minor corrections, especially in summarizing the clauses of the bill, that we have taken out because there were some mistakes that we noticed we are still going to summarize those. It's just a summary of clauses that are there in the bill. It's nothing technical. So that's why we decided to upload this one without that section, which has got some mistakes. On the issue of abbreviations, Chair, we normally add them when we're doing these other sections, but we can also include them in the observations there at the bottom.
Okay. With that clarity, can a member move for the adoption of the report?
Right.
Honorable Van Rooyen, are you moving?
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, Honorable Bateman, are you moving?
No, Chair, if I may still interact with the report. May I continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. So my first question was really which report are we looking at? Because it threw me completely because I was going through my version of the report and it was just different to what was being presented. And I just think as a matter of process that it shouldn't be that way. We should know what reports we're looking at. And if there are changes, then it should be very clearly indicated what the changes are. Because the whole point of reviewing it before the meeting is so that you can come to the meeting prepared and able to speak to the report that's presented. So I just would like to ask if we could please bring the report up again and if we could see what the changes are. And then also I would like to still give feedback on it and based on some of my comments earlier, please.
Let me understand you. Honorable Bateman, what is it that you want clarity for? Because we can't go through a report again. We are at the stage of adopting the report and you have made inputs which were considered. What is the specific issue that you are raising? So you are saying this report is not in line with the bill that was processed before.
Well, thank you, Chair. So the report that we were given here, final draft report of TLAB, went all the way up to 4.28, and then there were recommendations 5.1 to 5.10, and I was still trying to work out as Dr. Flipper was going through it, I was trying to work out where are we, because it's clearly not the same report, and so I actually lost the train of what he was presenting because I'm trying to work out what am I supposed to be looking at and how do I relate what he's saying to what's being pushed through us. And so I do have other questions, but my first question is can I please ask that we go through section 4 again so that I can see what's in it and what's been taken out, and then also I'd like to give feedback on section 5.
Honorable Bateman, we went through all the issues and we take it that honorable members have read the report. Hence, when we come to the meeting, we go to the section on observations and recommendations. For us now to go back to what we have gone through, I think it will be unfair to members. Let's get the clarity from Dr. Sope on the issue that you are raising, that the bill and the report that we are processing now are incompatible, if that's the case. Then let me take also Honorable Makuwele, then come to Dr. Sope.
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Makuwele.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, I wanted to move for the adoption of the report as tabled, Chair, because really we cannot at this stage. We've gone through the report. We are now required to go again through the report. It will be unfair to us. I want to move for the adoption of the report. If Honorable Bateman has reservations, he can reserve his right not to either not agree with the adoption of the report or makes his abstinence from adopting the report recorded as the procedure, Chair.
What Honorable Bateman did before was to raise issues, for instance, the issue of adequate participation as observed by the PMG. And he said that, can I put that in the chart? I said, yes. And also go further and forward your input to the Secretariat. If you look at the chart, Honorable Bateman has made his point. Committee does also note the procedural concerns. This is under noting. We have agreed to the insertion of the issue that he has observed. But now to go back as if he was not given an opportunity, I think it will be unfair, Honorable Bateman. Let's not do that. Let's not process reports in that manner. It's you who have written this, which is in the chart. And it was after we have gone through the report. Let me go to Dr. Flope. I will come back to you and make a ruling.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I understand I think I understand what may be confusing here is that we've got two reports which are named almost the same. We've got a taxation law amendment bill. We've got a tax administration laws amendment bill. I think the report that Honorable Bateman is referring to is for the bill that we're still going to discuss now after this report. It's called the tax administration, which deals mostly with administrative issues from the SARS perspective.
Chair, may I comment, please?
Okay, please comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just say everything that I need to say in one go, and then hopefully that'll be as efficient as possible. I don't think this needs to be a big stressful situation, and let's just try and process it rationally. I think firstly, if Dr. Klobe could just explain what has changed between the report that went all the way up to 4.28 recommendations versus the report that has now just been presented that seemed to be quite a few pages shorter. It is called the TLAB, so I don't think I'm looking at a different report, but it's been shortened, and I just don't understand why what I reviewed and came prepared to comment on is so different to what's actually been presented to the committee. I'd just like an explanation for that. And then secondly, under the committee observations and recommendations, this is really the main area where I wanted to comment. So I'll make all my points and then I've said my piece. Under 5.1, I think just in the light of what I raised for 2.9, I'm going to suggest that we just add the following words to the end of 5.1. At the same time, the committee does also note the procedural concerns reported by SAICA based on a PMG survey as referred to in 2.9. And I'll put that on the chat as well. Then the other recommendations, 5.2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all fine. What I would like to suggest is another recommendation, and that's under, I'll call it 5.9.
Honorable Bateman.
Yes.
Hello. No, we don't process reports in that manner. We have passed that section. You have made your point when you raised the issue of the PMG observation, which we allowed you to put on the chart. We are now at the point of adopting the report. You wanted a clarity from Dr. Flope, of which he has clarified. If he has clarified that there's compatibility between the bill and the report, let's adopt the report. If ever there are other issues, that will be entertained, not now. Let's please follow the meeting procedure.
With respect, I
Honorable
mean,
Chair, can I
first
put
report,
some
I
in?
said that there were going to be
Honorable Bateman,
recommendations.
Honorable
Chair, the very
Bateman,
first,
please.
no, it's
Honorable
not fair the way
Chairperson.
you're treating me, Chair.
No,
Really,
no,
it's not.
Please don't do that.
Very first report, you said to, I
No,
said to you there were going to be recommendations. And
no,
the
that's
question of
Honorable Bateman, can you be chaired? Can you allow presiding officers to chair a meeting? We have never suppressed you throughout when we started with this meeting at 9 o'clock.
But then why
But
stop
now
Chair? When I have one
stop you.
recommendation?
I
Why are
stop
you
you
stopping me?
because I'm presiding over this meeting. There has to be procedure that must be followed. And procedure apply to all of us. We have processed the report. We are at the stage of adopting the report. Honorable Makubele has moved for the adoption of the report. Any seconder?
Chair, you railroaded over me in the middle of my engagement with Dr. Chlorpe
Don't-
around the report.
Don't do that again, please. Honorable Makubele has moved for the adoption of the report. Any seconder?
Chair,
I object.
as I
I object.
second Honorable Makubela, may I also request respect in the meetings. We cannot have a dialogue with the chair. That is setting a very bad precedence, Honorable Chair. That's why there's hand raising for us to be able to raise our issues. So I'm just requesting, I know you have ruled on that, but can we please, we have been doing very well as this committee. Can we continue doing very well like that? I do second, Chair.
You are welcome. The report, there's a seconder. Any objection or reservation? Honorable Van.
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. Please note the MK party reservation.
Noted. Honorable Bateman.
Chair, I just need a moment to confer with Honorable Alexander, please, before giving a response on this.
Hello?
Sorry, just one moment, please, Chair.
Honorable Mautwe.
Thank you, Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF. You want us spoken GNU, no, Chair. What are you born?
Bane ba le bakgotsi ba lena batho ba kwa di metro ja Gauteng. Mautwe. Honorable Van Rooyen, o sa emisa letsogo or ke legesi? Honorable Van Rooyen. Okay. Honorable Bateman, can you come back, please?
Chair, may I just put on the table my request for a recommendation to be included in the report. So in other words, yes, we approve it subject to the following, and then the meeting can decide whether they agree with that or not.
Please write to us. We are at the stage of adopting Honorable Bateman. Write to the Secretariat. We'll look at it.
Okay, Chair. So would you like me to put it onto the meeting? In fact, I actually did already. I've actually put it onto the meeting chat there. It's
Okay, do that and also send it to the Secretariat.
I'll do that as well. 5.9 says this: tax legislation is highly technical and the committee relies on specialist input in the oversight process. The committee resolves to review the timelines for consultation. So just to review, to ensure that stakeholders have adequate time to respond and to require that National Treasury obtains public input.
Honorable Chair, a point of order.
Advise us,
Honorable Bateman,
And a point of order.
We are at the stage of adopting the report. Now, you even say the tax legislation is highly technical and we rely on its specialist input, which we don't have a problem. It's like you are addressing illiterates. Do you know the people who are in this platform are highly educated? So it's not like they come here not understanding tax legislation. And I don't know whether you know the qualifications that honorable members have. Please don't do that. We have got PBO, we have got FFC, which are instruments or institutions that assist us. The bill, the report and the bill have been adopted. If ever there is any other thing, Honorable Bateman, take with me outside this meeting as the chairperson, please. The report has been adopted.
Dr. Maswagale,
Let's move to the next item. No, please, if ever there is an issue, take it with me outside the meeting. Let's move to the next item. Please don't do that, Honorable Bateman. Alan, Dr. Kloppe, was the next bill. Mauto, usayemisela itsoro kwiligesi.
Oh, sorry, check it. Let me lower it.
Okay, thanks. Alan
Mara,
and Dr.
your
Kloppe, are you
meeting,
there?
your meeting time said 9 to 12, or did I miss it? Someone.
I got the bill taking out of Mauto.
Okay,
And
no
you can see, I agree the challenge is that we have to go through clause by clause as is the requirement by law. And if we don't do that, we are going to be challenged in a court of law. Alan, Dr. Kloppe, are you there?
Yes, Chair, the next.
Yes, yes. Yes,
Sorry,
can
sir.
one.
Okay, it's the Tax Administration Laws Amendment Bill. Mr. Tomasek from SARS will take the committee through. This is a Section 75 bill. So it's the bill and the report afterwards. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Tomasek, over to you.
Right, thank you, Chair. So the first clause, well, I suppose I should introduce and say this amends a broad range of administrative provisions in the Income Tax Act, the Customs and Excise Act, the Value Added Tax Act, and the Tax Administration Act. So if we begin with clause 1, this is an easy one. It's a cross-reference correction. So Chair, should I move to clause 2? Or I'm not sure if it's just my side, but I'm not having any audio at the moment.
I think the Chair has connectivity issues. I'll just check.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. You are ready, Thomas. Thomas, where are we now?
Clause 1, Chair.
My screen now is okay. Clause 1. Yeah, there you are.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Over to you.
Thank you. So clause 1 is a simple correction of an incorrect cross-reference. So I don't think there's too much complexity on this one.
Okay. Members, there we are. Clause 1. Agreed. Clause 2.
So clause 2. So the issue here is we needed to fix a cross-reference to an obsolete provision. And so what we've done here is we've corrected that. And then also we have the situation where as part of the discussion we had about the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill, There was the ability to make adjustments for refunds during the course of a year. And so the most significant part here is that we are dealing with the sorry, Chair, my apologies. I've skipped on to paragraph clause 3 already. Clause 2. What we're doing here is we are correcting an obsolete cross-reference, so we're fixing that up. And we're making it clear that a labour broker who's received a certificate of exemption is a provisional taxpayer. This was one of the clauses that got some public comment around the fact that we inadvertently introduced a circular reference that has been corrected in the version that you see here before you. So this corrects, as I say, reference to an obsolete provision and makes the provisions around labour brokers clear.
Okay. That's clause 2. Clause 3.
Clause 3. So this is the one where we have a cross-reference into what happened in the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill. There was the ability to deal with refunds that arose during the course of a year, and we would need to take those refunds into account also in the provisional tax system. So that is what this does here. You'll see it now deals with the refunds during the course of a year so that you can carry it forward month to month.
Thank you. Clause 4.
Clause 4 is another cross-reference correction.
Okay. Clause 5.
Clause 5 is a more significant one. This arises from a constitutional court case, the Arena Holdings court case, where the constitutional court found that if that access to certain kinds of information that SARS holds in respect of taxpayers should be granted, and that accordingly it is not an offence, is permissible to make that information available in terms of the Tax Administration Act. The court did not speak directly to the Customs and Excise Act, but a similar principle would apply there. So we're aligning the Customs and Excise Act here with what the Constitutional Court had to say in that case with respect to the Tax Administration Act.
So what does that mean, Mr. Thomas? You can disclose information to a third party of Joe Maswanga as a SARS because of access of information.
So,
what do you mean in simple terms? If somebody
right.
asks my information, you can without my consent.
So what the Constitutional Court decided a very narrow issue, and SARS takes confidentiality extremely seriously. So what the Constitutional Court said was that SARS had a right to refuse any access to information that it held, that it obtained from taxpayers and in relation to taxpayers. And one of the parts of the Promotion of Access to Information Act is that there's a public interest override that says that if the information would reveal a serious offence or non-compliance with the law or a serious ecological issue, then it must be disclosed. And that public interest override applies to a broad range of grounds for refusal that exist in the Promotion of Access to Information Act. The one ground that it did not apply to was in respect of taxpayer information. The Constitutional Court said in those narrow circumstances where the information would disclose serious non-compliance or serious offences, then that public interest override should apply. So that was the ruling of the Constitutional Court on a split decision. So that means that the Constitutional Court has found that the public interest override applies. And so once the public interest override applies, the other acts must then give way to it, because the Promotion of Access to Information Act is a constitutional piece of legislation. And so we're aligning with what the Constitutional Court said. But as I say, a very narrow exception that only arises if there is a serious non-compliance or failure or contravention of the law, and it would be in the public interest to make the disclosure. So I think the Constitutional Court also made the point that that is a narrow exception, and it's not something that you should expect to be used frequently.
Okay. Honorable Galeka, I saw you raising your hand.
Oh, Chair, I'm responded to. I raised my hand before you asked because I wanted to check the alignment with the POPIA Act on what the presenter was saying from SARS, but he alluded to it when he was responding to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Galeka. Next clause.
So clause 6. So this is really an amendment to assist taxpayers, or in this case traders, and it allows them to substitute bills, export bills.
Okay. Next clause.
All right, and this is then again it's a simplification. It's a way of allowing a trader to substitute an incorrect bill of entry with a correct one. Currently, what they have to do is they have to cancel and then replace, and so we're streamlining the process.
You have a challenge. You have a challenge with. Hello, Thomas. You have a challenge with your audio. Please. Please switch off the what's called the video.
All right, let me do that.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you, Chair. So
thanks.
Just to recap then, did members hear that one, or should I recap on clause 7?
They got it. Move to the next clause.
Great, thank you. So clause 8 is a technical correction to delete obsolete references.
Thank you. Next clause.
Clause 9 deals with the situation where a taxpayer purchases services, and we call them imported services, from a non-resident. And so what you need to do then is essentially charge yourself VAT. Now, the problem here is that because this is not something that comes in through the normal debtors system, which is where VAT is dealt with because you're selling things to people, this comes in through the creditor system where you're paying. It can take a little longer for the taxpayer to realize that they need to charge themselves the VAT and then account for it. So there have been over the years requests to extend this period, and so that has been accepted here. It has been extended from 30 to 60 days. So that means effectively the taxpayer has the 60 days, then it has until the end of its accounting period, and then it has the 25 days to put its VAT return in. So it essentially would have anything from nearly 3 months to a little bit longer to get this right. So there have been requests to make the 60 days even longer, but when we looked at the international benchmarks, we seem to be in the right area with the 60 days. So that is what is proposed
here. Okay. Next clause.
Okay, so this takes us to clause 10. So this then ties in with the previous, because sometimes a person who is not a VAT vendor or registered for VAT will import services, and the way the refund system is set up and the legislation is set up, it presumes that you are a taxpayer. So what we're doing here is we are correcting the situation so that you can in fact get a refund if you have overpaid the VAT under those circumstances.
Okay, that's clear. Next clause.
So this is clause 11. So what we have is a situation where somebody who is not a resident in South Africa needs to register for VAT because they have dealings in South Africa, or perhaps they are a non-resident electronic services provider. So they need to register to pay VAT. And so the question then becomes, well, there are various requirements that you need to have to become registered. Amongst them are that you need a representative in South Africa, you need a representative taxpayer in South Africa, and you need a bank account in South Africa. And so that is difficult for non-residents, and we had divergent approaches here for different kinds of non-residents. So the proposal here is to make this consistent. So what we're proposing is that you do not need to have somebody in South Africa who represents you, but you do need to have somebody who represents you, so somebody we can get into contact with. You do not need to have a South African bank account, but if you want refunds, in other words, you have sufficient presence in South Africa and there are sufficient dealings in South Africa where you are spending money in South Africa and need to get a VAT refund on those purchases, then you do need a South African bank account. So if you have very little contact with South Africa, you don't have to have anything in South Africa, but as your contact with South Africa grows, so we expect more of you in South Africa. So that's the proposal here.
Okay, Honorable Van Rey.
Chair, I've moved from my laptop and I'm using my phone. Very interesting provision there. I just wanted to get the details of the individual who will come in as a representative of an entity that is operating, not necessarily a foreign entity, with legal presence in South Africa. What criteria will be looked at, and also, legal implications of the person involved. I'm not sure if that's something that is clarified, or maybe it will be clarified further at the later stage. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the issue that has been raised several times. Just issue of those who are doing business on Amazon, whosoever, somebody that represent them in the country, there in America, but lots of money, millions of friends here in South.
Chair, I'm afraid you broke up there. I'm not sure if it's just me.
Chair, I think you've got network issues on your side. I don't know if Honorable Squad is still here, but Chair seems to have network issues.
Yeah, all right, Mauti. In a little challenge, network. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you, Chair.
Yeah, in the Malwede network here. Did Thomas clarify the questions from Honorable Van Ryn?
So, Chair, sorry, I didn't want to start before you were back.
Okay, you can do so now.
Thank you. So to the first point, on the responsibilities are the responsibilities as they would be for any representative taxpayer. And what you'll see, and it lives in that provided that, that you'll see there. part of what we're looking for is that you are a resident in a country that we have a double taxation agreement with, so that we can make use of that agreement if we need to ask further questions and you suddenly become silent or something of that nature. So we do try and deal with that. But the fact of the matter is if you are outside of our jurisdiction, it is very difficult. That brings me to the second point, which is the question I think you asked, which was around large companies that are offshore but do business electronically onshore. And those are the so-called electronic services providers. Now, when we're dealing with an electronic services provider, they are required to register, and they do so voluntarily because this is an international, let's call it a standard or agreement. It isn't formalized in a treaty of any kind, but it is a commonly accepted international approach. So that's why these days, if you purchase something from one of an electronic book, say from one of the large ebook retailers, or you listen to music, or you get a service, you will see a South African VAT charge on the invoice that you get. That is because they are charging the VAT on the transaction, and they then pay that over to SARS. Hope that helps.
Okay. Clarified. Next, clause.
Okay. Clause 12. So again, this ties in with what we've just been discussing. A makes it clear that if you want to get a refund, you need a bank account in the Republic, because we think at the point where you are getting refunds from us, you have now established sufficient presence that you should be going through our anti-money laundering, know your client rules. And then the second part is, again, part of the refund for people who are not necessarily vendors, but need a refund because they have overpaid their VAT.
Thank you. Next clause.
Right. Clause 13. So where you have a natural person who is representing a taxpayer in South Africa, we expect them to be, they must be the person who is in control of the receipt and payment of monies or funds in respect of the enterprise in South Africa. So we're just fixing the responsibility. This was where there was some discussion with earlier wording, because it looked like we were expecting them to take accountability for the whole operation globally. That clearly wouldn't make sense. So the revised wording makes it clear that we are looking for the accountability over the funds relating to South Africa.
Okay. Next clause.
Clause 14. So this ties in with a set of amendments that we'll be discussing in more detail. It inserts the definition of a legal practitioner, because the distinction between a legal practitioner and a tax practitioner will become important shortly. So rather than repeat ourselves every time we've introduced or proposing to introduce a definition of what a legal practitioner means.
Okay. Next clause.
Right, so we now come to clause 15. This is the clause that extends the right of a senior SARS official who is a legal practitioner, there you'll see we're now starting to use the term, to appear in the Supreme Court of Appeal or the Constitutional Court. Currently, they are permitted to appear in the tax court or in a high court, and it makes sense that if you're going to do that, you may as well go for all the courts. And then the second part of this is to propose that if a SARS official appears, that we can recover costs on the same basis as if we had briefed external attorneys or counsel. And the basis of this really is founded in the State Attorneys Act, where you'll find a similar provision, and it encourages SARS to make use of its internal resources rather than going for the more expensive external resources.
Okay. So what you are saying is that a tax practitioner can represent SARS in a court of law, not a legal practitioner who is a lawyer. Or I miss me who's not understanding you. Can you clarify?
Chair, you're getting ahead of me. You're thinking of another change that is coming.
Okay.
So what this one is doing is it's saying a SARS official who is a legal practitioner, so you are a qualified attorney or advocate, can represent SARS in court. Now, the reason we need to do that is normally an employee of the organization is not admitted to practice in the courts. They are admitted for other purposes. So we are just making sure that our legal practitioners who work for SARS are in a position to appear in court on our behalf.
Okay. Clarified. Next clause.
All right. So we now come to one of it's a little difficult because the meat of this change comes a bit later. But during the course of public consultation around these changes around relating to SARS appearance in the courts, and then somebody who is not a legal practitioner appearing in the tax court, the point was made that we currently have quite a restricted pool of people who can chair the tax board. And what the tax board is essentially our small claims court for tax purposes. It's a less formal mechanism for resolving tax disputes than going to the tax court. Now, the legislation as it's currently framed uses the pool of people who are appointed to be chairing of the tax board to only be legal practitioners. And so those legal practitioners are used for other purposes in the Tax Administration Act. So for example, the provision we're dealing with here is if somebody claims legal privilege when SARS comes in and does a search and seizure, what SARS needs to do is arrange with currently a practitioner from the panel of people at the tax board to come and take receipt of the material so that we can resolve the dispute about whether these documents are legally privileged or not. Now, if we're going to expand the panel to be legal practitioners and tax practitioners, it doesn't make sense for a tax practitioner to be taking receipt of material when legal privilege is at stake. It's not something that a tax practitioner would deal with on a day-to-day basis. It's a concept that is well known to attorneys and advocates. So what we're now doing is we're saying, okay, so it must be a legal practitioner from the panel who will take receipt of the material. And you'll see there are some other places where we've had to make this little change to focus the practitioner that is selected on the legal practitioner, because the pool of practitioners in the tax board has now grown to not only be legal practitioners, but legal practitioners and tax practitioners. So that was a very long introduction to a relatively short amendment, but we'll be touching on this point again in subsequent provisions.
Okay. Next clause.
All right, so this is clause 17. Currently, what SARS can do is, if we want to shorten or eliminate the need for an audit, we can ask someone to come into an office or to meet us at a mobile office to bring the material we need to see, and let's discuss it rather than send letters to each other. So what we need to do here is, we thought there are other areas where this ability to, in fact, sit across a table and discuss the issues would make sense. And so the initial proposal was to deal with both the recovery of debt and situations where a taxpayer had asked for debt relief, say an installment agreement or a compromise or a write-off. So in the public comment process, there was some discomfort with us doing it on the debt recovery space. So the current proposal is that SARS can call you in if you've made an application for debt relief, so that instead of us corresponding about whether you qualify or not, perhaps some missing information that we need to make a decision, we can just have a face-to-face discussion about it and expedite that debt relief for the taxpayer.
Thank you. Wama Talak, are you there? Comrade Nongayo. Ukhona?
Ngikhona, Chair.
I'll chair the session kancane. I'm just attending to something. Please proceed from where Thomas has paused. Thomas Eck has paused.
Chair, is it a time of questions?
He's still on the clauses.
Yes, on section. Okay. You may continue, Thomas. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
It's Thomas Eck. It's Franz Thomas Eck, not Thomas.
Okay, Chair, thank
Dalek.
you. Sorry for pronouncing you incorrectly.
Ujwayele aba Thomas wako township.
Please
Thank you,
continue
Chair.
with the sections.
I respond to anything that's close to my name. I understand it's sometimes a bit difficult to pronounce, especially with the Z in my first name. It confuses people a lot. So in section 51, again, we now need to draw a distinction between a person from the tax board panel, because this is someone who would be involved in an inquiry that SARS is launching. And so this is a legal inquiry. And so, again, we specify that what we need here is a legal practitioner as opposed to a legal practitioner or a tax practitioner. So that's quite a simple change here. And so if I may move on to the next clause.
Oh, I'm muted. I'm talking to you and I'm muted. Yes, you may go to the next clause. I don't see any hands on this one.
Right, thank you. So clause 19 is, as we discussed for the Customs and Excise Act, except this is the one that was directly the subject of the Constitutional Court judgment. So we are aligning with the Constitutional Court judgment here.
Okay, thank you. Next clause.
So that takes us to clause 19 and clause 20. And so clause 20 is related to clause 19. It follows on from the same judgment.
Next clause, may I request the admin assistance if there are any hands on the question on the clauses that are being outlined, please, because I don't see hands on my side. You may continue for now.
Great, thank you. So clause 21, so this deals with some technical questions that were raised around how auto assessments fitted into our legislative framework. So we thought about that, and just to make sure that those technical questions don't arise, there are some adjustments proposed here to make it clear that auto assessments do fit very firmly into the framework.
Okay, in the absence of hands, please continue.
Right, so clause 22. So now clause 22 is primarily about the introduction of alternative dispute resolution at the objection phase. Currently, we resolve the vast majority of our disputes in alternative dispute resolution at appeal. But that does mean that you've had to go through the objection process, then you start the appeal, then you can go to ADR, and then we can resolve the dispute. So the thinking here is to try and bring alternative dispute resolution earlier into the process, and that is what is proposed here. The other changes that are proposed here are some clarifications around how extensions work for an objection. Just because there was some confusion as to the wording, and so the wording is now made consistent across the various provisions in the Act.
I see something that says, unless a senior SARS official is satisfied that the exceptional circumstances exist, is there a criteria for the senior official to be satisfied? And also at what level is that senior official?
All right, so in the structure of the Tax Administration Act, there are three classes of official in SARS. There's the commissioner himself. There are the senior SARS officials that the commissioner will designate as being people that are appropriate to deal with various issues in terms of the Tax Administration Act. And then there is SARS more generally, which means you don't need to be a senior SARS official. The way senior SARS officials are appointed is that, for each of the provisions in the Tax Administration Act, our governance team looks at who would be the appropriate people, have the appropriate skills to deal with those issues. Generally, it's by position. So if you hold a particular kind of position, we expect you to have a particular skill set, but it could be by name as well. And then the commissioner will will appoint those people to be the senior SARS officials for the purposes of those provisions in the Tax Administration Act. So, for example, I'm a senior SARS official for, if I remember correctly, exactly one provision in the Tax Administration Act, but other people may be senior SARS officials for more than one provision. As to the question on criteria, for exceptional circumstances, it's a very difficult one because the courts have held that if it was truly exceptional, you wouldn't be able to describe it. So we have some broad guidelines as to what exceptional might be, but they can't be decisive because the whole point of being exceptional is it's something you couldn't think of ahead of time.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the clarity. You may go to next section.
All right, so that takes us to clause 23. All right, so currently we have a situation where after a period has elapsed and you don't have, for lodging your appeal, and you don't have reasonable grounds for an extension or exceptional grounds for an extension, that is the end of the road for you. And that sometimes has unintended consequences. So the proposal here is to allow the tax court the power to give a further extension of up to 120 business days. So that's nearly 6 months, if the extension is in the interests of justice. So in truly deserving cases, taxpayers are now in a position to approach the tax court, say, look, I know I'm out of time. I know I'm past the date for both reasonable and exceptional extensions, but there is something truly important about this case or significant about this case, or it'll have a massive impact on me or my business. And I would like the court to give me this additional extension, even though I have missed the original deadline, the reasonable exception, this deadline, or the exceptional circumstances deadline. And then the court can look at that and say, right, you've convinced us, you get the extra time, or no, you don't get the extra time.
Okay. In the absence of questions, you may proceed.
Great, thank you. And so that brings us now to clause 24. And it ties in with clause 25, which is where we start working with how the tax board operates. So clause 24 deals with the situation where currently, for a matter to go to the tax board, both the taxpayer and SARS must agree that that is where it needs to go. And that's a bit back to front, because normally the small cases should automatically go to the tax board, unless there's something special about them that means that they need to go to the tax court as the court that will first hear it. So that is the proposal here, that we switch it around so that unless both parties agree that it should go to the tax court, it first goes to the tax board. And then obviously if one of the parties is dissatisfied with the decision of the tax board, they can appeal it to the tax court. But since the idea is to have a much quicker and simpler way of dealing with things that do need to go to an independent adjudicator for small cases, the default should be to go to the tax
court. Okay. All right, you may proceed.
So that brings us to clause 25, and it looks like a simple change, but as you would have heard from all the other consequential changes that were required, this is now where we lay the foundation for a tax practitioner to also become part of the panel of people who can be a chairperson in terms of the tax board. So it's linked then now with clause 26, which is where you will see there is the explicit extension now to people who are part of a relevant recognized controlling body. So a person who is a tax practitioner now. So.
Okay, I don't see any questions from members or hands from members. You may proceed.
So clause 26, I think we've just discussed. So as you can see there, if it's a legal practitioner, we talk to the judge president of the division of the High Court to make sure that they're an appropriate person. And if it's a registered tax practitioner, we speak to the chief executive officer of their controlling body to make sure they're an appropriate person. And what is interesting here is if you look at the way the tax board works, we have a whole procedure which is set out in the law. So, for example, you can go to section 113, where the procedure of the tax board is spelt out so that everyone knows where they stand.
Okay. All right, proceed.
Right. So we come to clause 27, and we've started discussing this one already. So we have a court case currently which says that a person who is not a legal practitioner may represent a taxpayer in the tax court. Now, SARS has sought leave to appeal that decision because there were some interesting points about it. But it did open the question of whether it would be appropriate for people who were not tax practitioners to represent someone in the tax court. And the thinking was, after discussion, that that would be appropriate, but there should be a mechanism for the judge who is the presiding officer in the tax court to determine whether the person is appropriate to fulfill that role. And so what you'll see there is a requirement that there's an empowering provision which says the appellant or a representative may appear in support of the appeal, and this is in the tax court. And then there's a proviso that says, okay, but if the person isn't a legal practitioner, the president of the tax court needs to be satisfied the person is fit and proper. So that would enable the president to essentially look at the person and say, look, there are aspects of your behavior or your background that mean I don't believe you are fit and proper to represent this taxpayer. The taxpayer needs to find another representative.
Any questions on this part, honorable members? Okay.
Not any from my side.
No questions. You may proceed.
Right, and so clause 28.
Sorry, Chairperson, I raised my hand. I don't know if you are able to pick it up from your side. Sorry, Mr. Katz.
Honorable Van Rooyen, yes, I did mention that I am not able to pick the hands up, and I have requested admin to assist me in that regard. But you may proceed with your question.
I'm just trying to check. Are we not? Hello, can you hear me, Chairperson?
Yes, I can hear you. You are audible.
I just wanted to check. Are we not overreaching by prescribing who should represent a person in a tax hearing? Won't that be a prerogative of the presiding officer to make that determination on the fit and proper aspect and other related matters? Is it really a necessary prescription? Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we have a response in that regard on Honorable Van Rooyen's question?
Certainly. And it's a question that has exercised the mind of a tax court judge in the past, where the question of whether a non-legal person could represent a taxpayer or not. And essentially the judge found that yes, they could, and this was in the tax court itself, but that it would be helpful if there was a criteria that could be applied. So we are responding to that and saying the requirement is the fit and proper test, which is a requirement which is often encountered in this kind of space. But otherwise, we are not attempting to restrict who can represent the taxpayer. We're leaving it up to the judge. There were requests from public participants that we should restrict this to, say, tax practitioners, that we should restrict it in some other fashion. But we believed, much as I think the honourable member does, that we should leave this up to the discretion of the presiding officer. And obviously, if there are issues that are identified as this is rolled out, we can come back. But the discretion in the court, we believe, should at least first rest with the court.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Honorable Van Rooyen, are you satisfied with Thomas Ek's response?
Indeed, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You may proceed, Thomas Ek. Thank you.
Thank you. So clause 28, essentially here what we're dealing with is the ability for the rules for the tax court to deal with the question of costs. And the reason that comes into the picture is because the High Court rules would limit costs to a person who is a legal practitioner. But in the previous clause, we have opened up the option to the taxpayers to not be represented by a legal practitioner. So the question of costs for the non-legal practitioner will come up. And so those would have to be dealt with in the rules for the tax court. Which is why we insert the rules in inverted commas, and the rules in inverted commas in this context are the rules of the tax.
Okay, you may proceed until I hear honorable member who would want to make an input to a question.
Okay, clause 29. So this is to deal with debtors who are the subject of business rescue. These debtors who were in business rescue were not originally part of this temporary write-off provision. They were, however, inserted, and because at that stage our accounting system, by accounting system I mean accounting disclosure system, was not properly set up to deal with what are known as impairments, or language some of us may be more familiar with, doubtful debts and bad debts in the commercial context. So that was put in as a temporary measure. We no longer need it. The framework has changed. It is more robust now. It can handle impairments. And so this provision is no longer necessary, and we will propose to delete it here.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Sure.
Moving
Next
on.
clause.
This is a correction of a cross-reference. So if I may, I'll move on to clause 31. Clause 31 deals with the appointment of a public officer. The current model still thinks back to the day when you would start a company and then you would post us a letter telling us who your public officer was. So we gave you 30 days to do that. We live in a more modern world now where it's possible for a company to be formed on a website that is a joint venture between between SIPSI, the Companies and Intellectual Properties Commissioner, SARS, and many other government agencies. And so it just makes sense for you to be able to create your company, nominate who your directors are, tell us who your public officer is, and have that all happen on day one as opposed to happen sometime later. Equally, if it all happens on day one, people won't forget to do it because it will all be there when they need to do it. The question then happens is, well, what if something slips through the cracks? And so then there's a set of default rules for what happens if somehow a company doesn't have someone who's appointed. And so if we scroll down slightly, you'll see those default rules. And the idea here is that we start with the most senior people because they are the people who are in the best position to represent the company. So you'll see we start with the managing director, then we go to the financial director, and so we work our way down the list. And I know there have been some concerns around this one, but we come back to it. These are the senior people. If they don't know what the company's doing and what it should be doing, then who should? And so that's why that a particular approach is followed. And so that's an attempt to modernize the way public officers work for interactions with SARS.
Any questions here, members? Before we proceed to the next clause? If no questions, then Thomas may continue.
All right. And so as a result of that rethink about the way public office should work, what we then need to do is make some consequential changes where there are now obsolete provisions. And that's what clause 32 does. It removes the obsolete provisions.
All right. 33.
So 33 inserts a missing word, the on. So textual correction.
Okay, next.
And that brings us to the last clause of the bill, and this is the short title and commencement, which I think are self-explanatory.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, I'll give this opportunity to any member who would want to ask questions or comment before I ask for the adoption. If there are any hands. Okay. No questions. In the absence of questions, may I then request for the adoption of any mover for adoption?
My hand is raised, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Makubela moves for adoption. Thank you. Any seconder?
Sikwati here.
Honorable Sikwati seconding. Thank you. I see a hand. Let me just check whose hand is it. Okay. Honorable Van Rooyen, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Please note our reservation as MK Party.
MK Party's reservation is noted. Thank you very much. And okay. Thank you very much. The bill has been adopted by the committee. I don't have an agenda. I'm not sure who's next. Is it
Is the doctor?
Dokotela?
Yes, Chair, it's the adoption of the report. So I've just shared the report on screen.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. You'll guide me as well if I should just go straight to the recommendations at the bottom.
Yes, please do, as we have been doing that, unless there's something new that you would want to give to the attention of the members in the body of the report.
No, Chair. The body of the report covers the issues of public participation and also the comment and response section from National Treasury and SARS. Here on the recommendations, I see there's a hand from Honorable Bateman.
All right,
Chair.
Honorable Bateman, sorry, I didn't see your hand. You are recognized.
No problem whatsoever. I think let me just perhaps wait until Dr. Klop has finished speaking to it, and then I'll respond after that. Thank you so much.
So your question was based on the presentation by Dr. Klope.
I just wanted to not miss the opportunity to discuss the recommendations, but I think if Dr. Klop is still going through the recommendations, then I should let him finish before I raise my hand.
They are not yet presented, Honorable Bateman. Please present, Dr. Klope. Thanks. Dr. Klope, over to you.
Yes, sorry, I was muted. So the first one observation is that this law is strategically important in refining South Africa's tech framework, enhancing administrative clarity, and aligning with global tech standards. So these changes are aimed at improving compliance and fostering modern, adaptable tech systems. However, based on the extensive public submissions and deliberations, several issues and recommendations are identified below. On 5.2, we note the public participation process, where stakeholders provide input in shaping the final provisions of the bill. While several concerns were addressed through amendments, the committee noted lingering stakeholder apprehensions regarding the operational impact of certain provisions. Stakeholders raised concerns about SARS' expanded authority, particularly with face-to-face interviews under Section 47 and the introduction of a fit and proper test for taxpayer representatives. While these measures are intended to enhance compliance and fairness, the committee observed the need for clear procedural safeguards to prevent abuse and ensure taxpayer rights are protected. The introduction of alternative dispute resolution at the objection stage was welcomed as a progressive step. However, stakeholders highlighted the need for greater independence of facilitators and procedural clarity to prevent delays or misuse of the process. The committee recognized the ADR's potential to reduce litigation, but noted that its success depends on robust implementation and transparency. Can you go to number 5, Alan? The bill introduces measures to ease compliance for non-resident vendors, such as removing the need for South African bank accounts in specific cases. However, stakeholders highlighted contradictions between this provision and VAT refund requirements, which still mandate a South African account. The committee observed the importance of aligning these requirements to avoid administrative burdens. Concerns were raised about the growing illicit trade in excisable goods and its impact on government revenue. While the committee appreciated SARS's commitment to strengthening enforcement mechanism, it observed that additional resources and technological investments may be needed to effectively combat this issue. Stakeholders raised concerns about the legislative framework for auto assessments, including roles, responsibilities, and taxpayer rights. In disputing assessments, the committee observed that while amendments clarified SARS's practices, further guidance on taxpayer obligations and dispute processes will enhance transparency. 5.8, the removal of the grace period for appointing public officers and the deeming provisions for senior officials were generally supported. However, the committee noted concerns about potential liabilities for automatically deemed public officers and observed the need for safeguards to prevent undue risks for individuals. On the tax board chairperson eligibility, expanding eligibility to include registered tax practitioners was noted as a positive step, recognizing their specialized expertise. The committee emphasized that this change should be accompanied by training and clear guidelines to ensure the effective functioning of tax boards. The recommendations that the committee recommends that SARS ensures procedural safeguards are in place for expanded powers, particularly under Section 47. This includes clear guidelines for face-to-face interviews, explicit taxpayer rights during these processes, and mechanisms to address any misuse of these powers. To maximize benefits for the alternative dispute resolution at the objection stage, the committee recommends clear timeframes and procedural guidelines to prevent delays, enhance independence of facilitators with consideration for neutral third-party involvement, ongoing monitoring of alternative dispute resolution outcomes to assess its effectiveness in resolving disputes. The committee urges SARS to align the requirements for VAT refunds and non-resident compliance to avoid contradictions. Simplifying these processes will reduce administrative burdens and promote South Africa's attractiveness as a business destination. The committee recommends that National Treasury allocates additional resources to SARS, including technological investments to strengthen enforcement against illicit trade, introducing measures such as minimum retail pricing for excisable goods and enhancing supply chain monitoring should also be prioritized. To enhance transparency, the committee recommends that SARS provides detailed guidance on taxpayers' roles and rights regarding auto assessments, ensures that communication around auto assessments is clear and accessible, periodically reviews the implementation of auto assessments to address any unintended consequences. Lastly, 5.15, the committee recommends that SARS and National Treasury introduce safeguards to minimize liabilities for individuals automatically deemed public officers. This could include clear termination processes for deemed roles once a public officer is appointed. Training for the tax board chairperson and expanding eligibility to registered tax practitioners. The committee recommends comprehensive training programs to ensure consistency in decision-making and the guidelines to clarify roles and responsibilities of chairpersons, maintaining the integrity of the tax board proceedings. The committee urges National Treasury and SARS to conduct periodic reviews of the bill implementation. These reviews should focus on its impact on compliance, administrative efficiency, and taxpayer experiences. With findings reported to Parliament, the committee emphasizes the need for continued and meaningful stakeholder engagement, particularly for implementing amendments such as ADR and auto assessments. This will ensure that practical challenges are addressed proactively. And in conclusion, there's a conclusion there. So I think because this time around we didn't get a chance to send the report to our colleagues at SARS and National Treasury. If there is anything that is not competent to make in these observations and recommendations, perhaps they can raise them before the committee adopts the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shope. May I get a response from SARS and National Treasury? Is there anything you would want to add on the report before the committee comments? Are you
Chair,
good?
if I may?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Chair. So just on the point of automatic termination of the deemed appointments, that is actually written into the law. As soon as you have an actual appointment, the deemed appointment falls away. So I'm not sure that we need to do more than that. I mean, obviously we can communicate that, but that is the structure. Because if you look at the law, it says you are deemed to be you're not deemed to be the public officer, but you fulfill those roles and responsibilities. So as soon as there is a duly appointed public officer, they step in and take over that role. Just to be completely transparent here, there were some concerns around somebody who has been appointed as the public officer and then resigns and a new one needs to be appointed. So that's outside the space of this particular recommendation, but that is something that SARS is looking at to improve our systems around, just to show that we do in fact take taxpayer comments seriously.
Thank you, Thomas Zek. Dr. Shope, you would effect those changes or those additions accordingly, I guess.
Yes,
May
Chair.
I then, yeah, thank you very much. May I then request members to make comments? If you may make comments, let me just check if I can see the hands. Any comments from members? I will start with Honorable Bateman because you have indicated that you would want to make comments on the recommendations. Any other members who would want to make comments on the committee report? I want to note hands. I am not going to take brainwave, so it's only Honorable Bateman. Yes, Honorable Bateman.
Thank you so much, Chair. And also may I just apologize to all the honourable members and particularly to the Chair if my responses were a little bit ill-disciplined earlier. And thank you, Chair, for the opportunity as well, just to raise these again. I think I'm lucky today because today and tomorrow I get 6 chances to make the same point. So I only have to make it on one of the 6 occasions and hopefully it comes through. So I won't repeat the things that I said earlier about some of the concerns that have been raised about the public participation process for the sake of time and efficiency. But I would just like to request that we ask the Treasury to consider 3 things. The first one is the timelines for public participation in the budget process, and just to report back to us on that. And in particular, in that regard, to look at some of the feedback on the process that was brought forward by the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. So it's not to say we must make a change, but it's to say, would National Treasury please consider the feedback, look at the timelines, and report back to us on what the results of that are. Secondly, would the National Treasury also consider presenting, in line with the SAICA recommendations, a second set of bills to the Standing Committee, together with public participation and their the National Treasury responses? Would they consider that and report back to us on that? And then also, would they consider publishing a response to every stakeholder submission every year? And would they report back to us on the results of their consideration? I'll put that on the chat just so that we can see. We're not saying that there's any strict, firm resolution by this committee in terms of the direction we are taking. They're simply things that I think we should apply our minds to, and if there's merit in these suggestions, then let's all agree that these are things that we should take on board. But let's first ask Treasury for a response. Let them consider what those proposals are and report back to us on whether there's merit in them.
Yeah, there are three proposals. Maybe let me get an indication to National Treasury if the proposals are doable, but I think they are doable. But let's get comments from National Treasury before. National Treasury.
No, thank you. Yes, no, thank you so much, Chair. And I must highlight as well that to Honorable Bateman that generally what we normally do is that, I mean, on some of the bills, I mean, you will take note, Honorable Chair, as well, that there was a bill on Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, which was on the two-pot. We tried to publish it in February. We then also published again on 1 August. So there were two sets of comments. And as well as even in the past, sometimes we will then, let's say there is some topic that is very topical. We will then say possibly publish the first draft. Maybe it just happens maybe around March. And then again, we publish in July. So, but we do take into account the comments from SAICA, and as well, maybe just the last, and then we'll also take it back and think about it and reflect as well, Chair. The last point that I just wanted to ask, though, was to say, this survey, was it based on which year? This year, or was it based from last year? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Bateman. Thank you very much, Mr. Khatebe.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Khalebe, for your response. It was referred to in SAICA's submission this year, but they didn't say when the survey was conducted in their submission. So I've just relayed some of the content of their submission from earlier this year. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Khatebe, are you answered in terms of the survey?
Yes, yes, thank you. It's because because some of the communication I received as well from SAICA was they were actually saying they are very happy with some of the processes as well. I guess maybe it might have been in relation to two-pot. I don't know because but yeah. Because there was a first draft and a second draft, and I think yes, but yeah, the point is noted. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, are there any comments on the additional points that are proposed by Honorable Bateman? Any comments?
Sure.
Regardless of the survey, because, you know, we have to quantify. Yes, Honorable Squad.
Chair, yeah, my hand is enough, Chair.
Okay, sorry,
just to
Honorable
say,
Squad. I want to see your hand
no,
now.
it's okay, Chair. Just to say that, Chair, perhaps with what Honorable Bateman is saying, we needed to find a better way of processing such matters, because, you know, if in every meeting we're going to have such matters, I mean, like the presenter was saying that they have actually, SAICA has actually written to them to say they are happy, but now they are unhappy. Now, I think there is a need for us to, you know, find a better way of processing such matters. If stakeholders are not happy, what do they do? Do they write to us? Do they write to the National Treasury? So that it's a better way of processing matters that stakeholders are not happy, particularly in terms of inputs that they have to make. Obviously, it's not every input that stakeholders make that is going to go through. So I think we just need to find a better way to, you know, deal with that process and make sure that as when we come to this level, we no longer rehash, you know, debates or, you know, inputs that have gone and were not necessarily considered into whatever amendments that are there. So I think that will help us, because now we are on and off. We want to rehash, because now it's like what was not considered must actually come in. So it's something that I think we really needed to deal with as a standing committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Point taken indeed. Also, mine is on the abbreviations, Dr. Hlophe. Alternative dispute resolution. Before you put an acronym, if we can have a full word and then in brackets, and then the next sentences you may then use the acronym. So I haven't seen the full name of ADR on the report. I might have missed it. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, may I then get the mover for the report with the additions that are on the chart? Maybe if Honorable Hlophe, we can go through the additions, and if we agree on the additions by Honorable Bateman as they are, we then adopt the committee report.
Yes, Honorable Chair. There was a hand from Mr. Tomasek. I don't know if it's been dropped
Okay,
now.
hence I've requested the team to help me with the hands.
Yes, there was a hand from Mr. Tomasek before I can come in.
Okay, Mr. Tomasek, you are recognized. Hello, Mr. Tomasek.
Okay.
Mr. Tomasek, I think you are muted. Honorable members?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Right, sorry. There was a glitch with my microphone, which is very odd because it was working fine earlier. So just on the last point, which is on the responses, I think we try quite hard to be comprehensive in the responses that are made on the bill, on the points that are made on the bills. And the response document is quite a hefty one. I do wonder if SAICA is not merging or conflating two different issues, which is that they also make proposals for changes to the legislation every year, which go into the legislative sort of process. And they are sometimes unhappy that we do not take all of the changes that they have proposed through into the budget. And I know they've expressed some discontent with that from time to time. So I'm not sure if they are concerned about responses to comments they have made on the bills, which, as I say, we certainly try to be fairly comprehensive on, or if they are bringing in the question of proposals for future bills that they haven't heard back on, which is a slightly different issue. But if it's the second, then it would be, we would just need to be able to make that distinction when responding to the invitation to look into the issue. So that would be my only input. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomasek. So you are not rejecting the third point on the additions. You are just raising that kind of an input and a concern in terms of the responses.
Not at all, Chair. Not at all.
Okay.
I'm just making the point that there may be two separate issues that are being merged into one here. And if that is the case, we would obviously have to respond as two separate issues. And that shouldn't come as a surprise to the committee. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tomasek. Honorable members, may I have a mover for the adoption of the committee report as presented by Mr. Hlophe with the comments and inputs that have been added, which will be incorporated by Dr. Hlophe.
Honorable Makubela moves for the adoption of the report with the additions that will be amending the current report. I move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makubela. May I have a seconder to that effect, honorable members?
Sikwati.
Honorable Sikwati, thank you very much. I don't see any other hands. Are there any hands?
Yes, there is Honorable Ryan.
Honorable Van Rooyen,
Thank you, Chair. Please note MK Party reservation.
MK Party reservation is noted. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, honorable members. The report is duly accepted. Thank you very much. I don't have an agenda. Alan, if you could assist me as to what is the next item.
But as I mentioned earlier, there's another day set aside, that's tomorrow. So, and besides, those reports are not available yet. That is the two global tax bills and then the revenue laws bill as well. So with your permission, the committee can conclude its business for today and then reconvene tomorrow to consider the other three tax bills.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. And thank you very much, members, for your contribution. And thank you to National Treasury and SARS for the presentation. It has been a tedious but very important session, because now we do understand our understanding is better than before. I know that honorable members were saying it's boring, but I think it was an important boring session. Thank you very much. Until we meet tomorrow. You enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks
Long
very
live
much.
the chairperson.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Oh, is Dr. Maswangani back?
Malibongwe,
Thank you. Malibongwe, chairperson.
makhubele ukuphi? Lele.